be very sensitive to any attempt that you may be making to change or control any aspect of it, especially those of you who may come from traditions or practices that involve the focusing of attention or the cessation of thinking. Just put those practices on one side for the moment. I don't mean to imply any criticism of such practices. They're just not what we're doing at the moment. Notice that wherever we go in the realm of experience, we find ourselves present there. So if we are interested in the nature of ourself, it doesn't really matter whether thinking is present or not, or indeed any other experience. Because whatever we are experiencing, we are present there, in the midst of the experience. Normally we are so fascinated by the content of our experience, either because it is so pleasant or because it is so unpleasant, or simply because it is interesting or boring, or for whatever reason, we are so fascinated by the content of our experience that we overlook the presence of ourself or our being. But just as our body accompanies us wherever we travel, even if we were to go to the moon, we would find our body present. So likewise, we take ourself with us, so to speak, into whatever realm of experience we travel, whatever we are experiencing. In fact, that is not quite true. We do not really take ourself with us wherever we go. Ourself never really goes anywhere. Experience flows through us. We do not flow in experience. But let us make a concession for the time being and acknowledge that we are present in the midst of our experience, whatever it is we are experiencing. For one who is lost in the content of experience, it might seem at first that our self or our being is insubstantial or ephemeral, fleeting. In fact, the opposite is true. Our self, our being, is the only stable, dependable element of experience. It is, so to speak, rock solid. All other experience is fleeting and ephemeral compared to the certainty, the dependency, the reliability, the stability of ourself. Normally we emphasize the content of experience at the expense of our being. And here we soften the focus of our attention from its content, and we allow our being to emerge, as it were, from the background of experience, just as a screen might seem to emerge as the image on it fades. Of course, the screen doesn't really emerge or even become more visible as the image fades. It only seems to do so for one who was lost in the drama of the movie. Likewise, our being doesn't really emerge from the background of experience, nor in reality is it concealed by experience. But for one who is lost in the content of experience, our being seems to be veiled by it. And thus it is legitimate, at least in the early stages of this investigation, to suggest that our being emerges from the background of experience, where it was lying, resting, so to speak, all the time, but unnoticed. In fact, nothing ever happens to our being. Our being is in exactly the same pristine condition now as it was 2 minutes ago, 2 hours a day ago, 2 days ago, 2 years ago, or when we were 2-year-old infants. It is only when we allow our being or ourself to become mixed up in the content of experience that our being seems to acquire the qualities of experience, and thus seems to change, move, evolve, grow sick, and so on. None of these changes really pertain to our being, just as none of the changes that take place in a movie pertain to the screen. Just as the movie always changes, but the screen never changes. Likewise, experience always changes, but our being, ourself, never changes. Thus, our being is the place of peace, the place of refuge. And just as the stability of the screen has nothing to do with the content of the movie, so the peace of our being has nothing to do with what is or is not taking place in experience. It is the peace that is prior to and independent of the content of experience. It is causeless peace, peace that does not have a cause in experience, and thus experience does not need to be manipulated in order to access this peace. Of course, the emergence of our being and its innate peace from the background of experience does have an impact on the agitation of the mind and the tension in the body. But this decrease of agitation and tension is a side effect of this emergence of being, not a prerequisite for it. And just as a screen has no color of its own, and therefore all possible colors are able to play on it, likewise our being has no form of its own, and therefore it is possible to assume all the forms of experience. Pure being, before it is colored by the content of experience, shines in each of us as the knowledge I am. It is only when our self or being becomes mixed or entangled with the content of experience. That I am becomes, I am this, or when we think or feel or say, I am a man, I am a woman, I am a mother, I am a father, I am attending a retreat, I am tired, I am lonely, I am excited, I am walking down the street, I am having lunch. In all these statements, we have allowed our being to become entangled with, and as a result, limited by the content of experience. We seem to have acquired the qualities and thus the limitations of experience. What is sometimes referred to as the ego or the separate self is this mixture of ourself, pure being, with the content and thus the qualities and limitations of experience. Of course, our being is never really qualified by experience, any more than a screen is stained by a movie. But this apparent qualification of ourself, this apparent limitation of ourself, is a powerful illusion, and one that requires clarity and sensitivity and courage to see through. In fact, divested of the qualities that our being borrows, as it were, from experience, it cannot even be said to be our being, in exactly the same way that a screen cannot be said to belong to any particular movie. We are, as such, not really human beings, but we are simply being clothed temporarily in human experience. Our being is, as such, impersonal and yet utterly intimate. Make a statement in your mind now of whatever you are experiencing, for instance, whatever the most prominent element of your experience. So, for instance, you might say, I am bored, or I am tired, I am thinking about such and such. Just make a simple, honest statement about your experience now, and simply emphasize the I am aspect. Imagine you said to yourself, I am bored. Instead of following the feeling of boredom, allowing it to take you into thinking, activities, objects, substance, emphasize the I am and follow the thought I am to its referent, that is, to that to which it refers. The thought I am is, as such, like Ariadne's golden thread. It leads us out of the maze of experience to the chamber of peace. Now, the reason that we are all able to say with absolute certainty that I am is because we know that we are. When we say I am, we don't guess that I am. We don't assert something we've heard in a meeting or read in a book. The statement I am comes from the experience of being. Everybody is having the experience of simply being. In other words, the reason that each of us can say with absolute certainty, I am, is because I know. In fact, the statement I am is a statement of our knowledge of our being, our awareness of being. Now, who or what is it that knows that I am? Is it I who knows that I am? Or is my being known by someone else? Obviously, the I that I am, knows that I am. In other words, being is self-aware. It is aware of itself. It is known by itself. It is not known by something other than itself. As such, the awareness of being, a unique experience, if we can call it an experience. Unique in the sense that our being is the only element of experience that is known by itself. All other experience, all thoughts, images, feelings, sensations, perceptions, activities, relationships, and so on, are known by something other than our being alone, or rather, being alone is known by itself. Only being is self-aware. So our being is sometimes referred to as aware being, or being aware, or simply. So I use the words awareness and being interchangeably, depending on the aspect that I am trying to. Normally, our awareness of things obscures the awareness of being. In meditation, awareness of being outshines. A screen is shared across many movies. Our being is shared across innumerable experiences. Many experiences, but always the same being, always myself, divested of the qualities that our self or being derives from the content of experience. Our self or being has no limits. Unlimited being. That is the background of all limited experiences. Consider the possibility that our being, which is the constant factor in all changing experience, shared by all experience. Consider the possibility that all being is shared. That is, that each of us shares our being, just as all the characters in a movie share the same screen and derive their apparent independence from that screen. Consider the possibility that we all share being, and that we derive our apparently independent existence from being. In other words, consider the possibility that the same being shines in each of us as the knowledge I am. It is only when being becomes mixed with the content of experience that it seems to become particular and individual, just as it is only when space is enclosed by the four walls of a room, that it seems to acquire a shape and a size and a quality. But the space itself never has a shape or a size or a quality. It is always the same universal space that is shared by all rooms, all buildings. Sorry, I'm mixing my metaphors. Likewise, consider the possibility that the being of each of us is the same being, temporarily enclosed by the four walls, so to speak, of our individual experience, but never actually becoming temporary, finite, or limited, as there is only one physical space in the universe. Consider the possibility that there are not numerous beings, but simply one being. In other words, being is impersonal, unlimited or infinite, and yet utterly intimate to one whose sense of self or identity is derived from the content of their experience. The suggestion that being is unlimited and shared will seem to contradict their experience. And yet, in spite of that, this knowledge makes frequent incursions into our experience in the form of love and friendship. Ironically, one who denies the universality of being, that is, one who considers themselves to be a separate and independently existing self or entity, such a one loves love above all else, because without realizing it, in the experience of love, they are divested of the felt sense of being separate, and they are, without realizing it, tasting the being they share with their friend. Love is, as such, the taste of our shared, and friendship is its expression. Is that the lunch bell, Frenchie, or is my watch stopped? No? Okay. So does that mean it's lunchtime? Ooh, well, you know what I'm like, Frenchie. I could talk all day. Just tell me when to stop. No, you're the wrong person to ask. I know you're... Okay, well, I guess it's lunchtime. We'll carry on later. Let all becoming come to rest. Come to rest. Desire is the movement of our longing towards an object, and it leads to pleasure. Prayer or meditation is the subsidence of our longing in the subject, and it leads to peace and joy. Remember T.S. Eliot? I said to my soul, be still and wait without hope, for hope would be hope for the wrong thing. Any expectation implies the absence of that which is expected. How can that which truly is be absent. That which truly is. And it shines in us as the knowledge I am. Our expectation does not arise on account of its absence. Our expectation creates its apparent absence. We are expecting something, some experience to appear or to happen. Then it may, at some point in the future, appear or happen. But even if it did, it would, by definition, disappear at some point. For everything that appears must disappear. And therefore, its appearance could not possibly lead to lasting peace or happiness. It could only lead, in the end, to disappointment. What we are expecting to happen is already happening. What we are expecting to appear is already present. But it is veiled by our expectation. Even that is not quite true, because that which we are expecting is shining as our very expectation itself. When our expectation is divested of its object, it is revealed as peace. For most, if not all of us, the old habit of seeking and resisting, and its counterpart of tension in the body, will continue for some time in spite of this understanding. Don't struggle with it, don't touch it. Just allow it to come to rest in this understanding in its own time. Don't be troubled by your troubles. If we know what enlightenment is, then we don't know what enlightenment is. Remain in this openness, as this openness. As soon as we know anything, that thing that is known is a fragment. It cannot be the whole. It is thought alone that has abstracted the known from the totality, and then forgetting the totality, considers the known to be real in its own right, like one who ignores the screen and considers the landscape to be a real landscape. The landscape is real, but its reality is the screen. Everything that is known is real, but its reality cannot be known as an object or a fragment. It can never be an object of knowing. The known is always the past. Try to have a thought now that does not depend for its existence on memory. Imagine removing from your current experience the activities of thinking and perceiving. Just do this experiment in your imagination. Remove from your experience thinking and perceiving. What remains? Don't say nothing. If you think that nothing remains, then you must be there to know that nothing remains. The world disappears. The body disappears. The mind disappears. But we remain, and we are not nothing. We cannot even call it we or I, for there are no divisions that remain. And yet that which remains is what we are prior to thinking and perceiving. It is not a thing, but it is not nothing. And now imagine adding back the experience of thinking and perceiving. The world, the mind, the body reappears. What appeared to be nothing now appears to be something. The activities of thinking and perceiving clothe objectless reality in name and form. Now imagine removing thinking and perceiving again. What remains? We could give that which remains a name or a description, like open, empty, transparent, luminous. But that would be a feeble attempt to bring that which is into the realm of the known. It is better to leave it unnamed and to speak for itself. Allow the activities of thinking and perceiving to come back. But be sure that they remain transparent. After all, they are only activities of mind. They do not really veil anything from anything. See that the activities of thinking and perceiving are not superimposed on reality from the outside. It is reality itself that assumes the form of thinking and perceiving, and in doing so gives itself a temporary name and form. In other words, thinking and perceiving do not create the world. They simply make reality look like a world. In other words, there is much more to the world than just the contents of our finite minds. The reality of the world lies outside and is prior to and independent of the finite mind. But when viewed through the finite mind, that is, through thinking and perceiving, reality appears as the world. That's what Wordsworth meant when he said we half create, half perceive the world. As he said, I have felt a presence that disturbs me with the joy of elevated thoughts, a sense sublime of something far more deeply interfused, whose dwelling is the light of setting suns, and the round ocean, and the living air, and in the mind of man. A motion and a spirit that impels all thinking things, all objects of all thought, and rolls through all things. Therefore am I still a lover of the meadows and the woods and the mountains, of all that we behold from this green earth, of all the mighty world of eye and ear, both what they half create and half perceive, well pleased to recognize in nature and the language of the sense the anchor of my purest thoughts, the nurse, the guide, the guardian of my heart, and soul of all my moral being. That's William Wordsworth. Don't worry if you don't understand what I am suggesting. It is not supposed to be understood. Just allow it into your mind through the back door, so to speak. It will do its work in you without your even realizing it. Consider the possibility that that which truly is reality is a single, infinite, and indivisible whole, whose nature is spirit, or love, or consciousness, localizes itself within itself in the form of each of us, through whom it perceives its own activity as the world, just as Mary localizes herself within her own dream as Jane, from whose perspective she perceives the activity of her own mind as the streets of Paris. In other words, consider the possibility, feel the possibility that we are literally the eyes and ears of God, through which God perceives itself in form. We are as such the agency, not the entities. There are no entities. There are no objects. There are no selves. There is just one infinite, indivisible, but utterly intimate whole or reality. We are simply the agency, the activity through which God realizes its infinite potential in form. In other words, the subject-object relationship is not inherent in reality. It is simply the mechanism by which the unmanifest appears as the manifest without ever ceasing to be itself. And in this process, pure knowing appears as thoughts. Pure love appears as friendship. Pure beauty appears as objects. Okay, let's leave it there. And let's remain silent till we're in the dining hall. Thank you. I wanted to say something in response to a couple of conversations yesterday evening about why we come here and what we might reasonably expect these gatherings, and to explain a little bit more about why I suggested that a retreat like this should really be the final disappointment. I wanted to make it a little clearer what I meant. The separate self, or the ego, is really a contraction of infinite consciousness within itself. And it is experienced by us as a belief in separation, and also a feeling, a tension in the body. And on account of this self-contraction is inherently uncomfortable. And it is as a result of the discomfort of this self-contraction, that we embark on a great search in the world, initially for objects and substances, activities, relationships, and so on. And in theory, the failure of just one of these should be sufficient to prompt us to doubt whether we can ever really find peace and happiness in objective experience. But in practice, for most, if not all of us, we need repeated such failures. Failed relationships, failed jobs, failed marriages, some kind of failure or disappointment. And we need to experience this numerous times before we begin to suspect that what we are looking for, which is of course just lasting peace and happiness, cannot be found in the objects, the substances, the activities, the relationships, and so on, in which we are seeking it. And many of us, as a result, turn to traditionally the religions and more recently the spiritual traditions, which seem to offer some promise of the hope we were, some promise for the happiness that we were previously seeking in conventional objects and relationships. So we devote ourselves to a teacher or a teaching, and these mostly don't promise objects and substances and relationships, but they offer more states of mind. And this, for a while, seems to be the answer for our quest for happiness. So we embark on all sorts of subtle techniques, meditation practices, yogas, etc., which are still objects of experience, but they are rather more subtle than the conventional objects and substances in which we previously sought happiness. And for a while, the novelty of these new practices, and in some cases its exotic, special nature seems to be the answer to our search for lasting peace and happiness. But for many people, after 10, 20 years of practice in such a tradition, there is still some feeling that something is missing, that even all these spiritual practices have not delivered the happiness we seek. So we end up at a retreat like this, really with, for many people, as a kind of last resort. I know this is not the case for all of you. Some of you have just recently heard about non-duality and you have come straight here. So in a way I'm speaking more to those of you, which I know is quite a few of you, that have been around for a long time, practicing in various traditions for years, sometimes decades. And you come here with the same impulse to find something. That impulse to find something has been refined over the years. It's no longer the gross objects, the activities, the relationships in which we used to seek happiness. Our search for happiness has been refined over the years and has been refined by our association with whatever tradition we have been practicing in. But still this impulse of the great search that takes us towards someone or something is still alive in us. So we come here with this expectation, albeit a refined, a subtle expectation, but nonetheless an expectation that something is going to be given to us, that something is going to happen. And so I try to make it very clear. I want this to be your last stop. The last place in which you seek for what you truly long in objective experience. I don't know how to say this more clearly or more simply. It just cannot be found there. If there was a proper guru sitting here, like the Buddha or Ramana Maharshi or Christ, that they would not be able to give you what you want. It wouldn't make any difference. However high the pedestal, they would not be able to give us what we truly want. Sooner or later, we have to have the courage and the clarity to face the fact that what all of us truly long for, whatever name we give it, we don't need to give it a name. We all know that there is something we love deeply and something for which we long. Sooner or later, we have to understand, and it requires courage and clarity, that it simply cannot be found in the objective content of experience, however refined or noble that experience might be. It just cannot be found. So it is in that context that I say a retreat like this should really be the final disappointment. It should be the last object, the last circumstance, the last activity in which our residual desire to find what we truly love and long for in something other than our own being is exposed. Now, as a concession to many people who were not able to understand this, the religious and spiritual traditions in the past provided various stages to cater to the ego's desire to find fulfillment in objective experience. And this was a perfectly legitimate concession to make to the seeking self. So such a person was given a special relationship with a teacher, a mantra, a practice. And at best, these were compassionate concessions to the seeking self. At worst, they were misunderstandings. They were simply an extension for happiness in objective experience. But let's acknowledge the ones that were legitimate concessions. The teaching or the teacher considered the approach that we take here too radical, too uncompromising, to be given to most people, and therefore students were given some kind of, albeit subtle, object in which to towards which to direct their attention, whether that object was a mantra or a teacher or whatever. So here, I presume that you have all done your homework. I presume that you are all here because either you have come to the end of the road in the spiritual tradition in which you are practicing, or those of you that are new to this, that have not been through a tradition, you have already felt the impossibility of finding fulfillment in objective experience, and your sensitivity has brought you here without requiring your spending 2 decades in a religious or spiritual tradition. So I'm presuming that you are all here because you are ready for this uncompromising message which makes very little concession to the separate self. If you weren't ready, you just simply wouldn't have been here. You just wouldn't have clicked on that YouTube suggestion, you might like to hear this. You would have gone somewhere else. So just the fact that you are here means that you are qualified, Whether you've been exploring these matters for 40 years or for 4 weeks, it makes no difference. You are qualified just by virtue of the fact that you are here to hear and understand once and for all what we love above all else, what we long for above all else, cannot be found in objective experience, however refined or noble that experience may be. And it is in that sense that I suggest that a retreat such as this should be that's the universe's way of signaling its approval. So in our gatherings, we don't reach for, we don't direct our attention towards anything or anyone. And as we let go of the objects or the states or the activities or the relationships in which we previously invested our search for happiness, our attention or our devotion, deprived of its object, begins to subside in its source. The source of attention is pure consciousness. The source of devotion is pure love. It's the same thing. It's just two ways of describing the same thing. So, with nothing to direct our attention towards, or no one to devote our longing to, our attention and our longing, they can only exist as such by having an object. Attention, the word attention comes from the two Latin words a and tendere. A meaning to or towards, and tendere meaning to stretch. So attention is the stretching of ourself towards something. So if a rubber band is stretched towards something, it needs to be stretched between 2 points. If you let go of one of the points, the rubber band returns to its natural condition. It cannot remain in its stretched condition if you remove one of the points. So likewise, attention can no longer stand as such if there is nothing to pay attention to. Our devotion can no longer stand as devotion if there is no one or no thing for us to direct our love towards. So deprived of its object, our attention or our devotion just begins to, like the rubber band, it goes back to its natural state of equilibrium, which turns out to be that for which we... So that is what I mean when I say that nothing is given here. We're not given anything to direct our attention towards or our love towards. What we do here is about the subsidence of our attention, the subsidence of our longing, our devotion. It's what I mean when I say that what we truly long for can never be found as an object of our longing. It can only be found in the source of our longing. In the early stages in the religious and spiritual traditions, meditation involves the directing of our attention. And prayer involves the directing of our love. Those are just the initial stages of meditation and prayer. The highest form of meditation and prayer is not the directing of attention or devotion towards anything or anyone, a mantra, a person, the breath, and so on. It is the relaxation, the subsidence of attention or devotion. It is the highest form of meditation or prayer. Traditionally, it was considered necessary for a person to undertake a whole series of practices which gradually purified the mind and the body before it was considered sufficiently mature to take this final step. So here, we don't consider it necessary to undertake these preliminary practices, these practices that purify and stabilize the mind and the body before we're able to subside into the heart. In this approach, these preparatory practices are not considered necessary. They are not considered prerequisites to this very direct, simple approach. This doesn't mean that that it is not legitimate to align the mind and the body, that is the way we think, feel, act, perceive and relate, with this understanding. It's just that in this approach, this realignment of the mind and the body takes place after the recognition of our true nature. It is not considered a prerequisite for that recognition. So that is why in these retreats we tend, in the first few days at least, to most of our conversations and meditations seems to be are involved with this return, this relaxation of attention or devotion, this return to our being. And then as the retreat develops, we then begin to turn our attention back again to the content of experience, not with the purpose of changing it in order to recognize our true nature, but rather to realign the way we experience the body and the world with this new understanding. Francis once referred to rather exotically as post-enlightenment sadhana. It just means that the exploration that we do after the recognition of our true nature, with the purpose of realigning the felt sense of the body and our perception of the world, and indeed our activities and relationships with one another, with this new understanding. So that was an elaboration of what I said earlier in the week when I said, I have nothing to give you, or this retreat should be the final disappointment. And those are not just meant to be clever, cryptic, Zen-like sayings. I mean them literally, and they have meaning. They mean something. The reason why I conduct these experiments with the way we feel the body and perceive the world, rather than simply remaining, resting in being, is because the recognition of our true nature, a glimpse of our true nature, or the recognition of our true nature, is not enough by itself, in almost all cases, to expose and not only the beliefs in the mind, but more importantly the feelings. Feelings are often laid down in us early on in our childhood due to circumstances that were painful and difficult and we were not able to process at the time. And we developed strategies of avoiding them. But the residues of these traumatic experiences, because they were not fully processed at the time, remained in our bodies, that lie in the deeper layers of the body, were inherited from previous generations and may not have had a specific cause in our own personal life. This residual trauma can be passed on from generation to generation. It is expressed in the mind, in our thoughts, beliefs, activities, and so on, but its deeper root lies in the body. In almost all cases, the recognition of our true nature is not enough to expose and gradually dissolve it. So our exploration of the body and the world, the purpose of this exploration is to gently invite these buried residues to come out of hiding, to be exposed to the light of awareness, and gradually, in their own time, to be dissolved. And this is the process whereby we become what is traditionally referred to as established in our true nature. It's one thing to recognize our true nature. Everyone here has had a glimpse of their true nature, I have no doubt about that. But to be established there under all circumstances. This requires a further exploration. Atmananda Krishna Menon was asked, how do I know when I am established in my true nature? Activities and relationships can no longer take you away. He said it rather more briefly than that. I was just elaborating a bit. So let us begin by understanding and, more importantly, feeling ourselves as the presence of awareness. We are that which is aware. We are not essentially anything that we are aware. We are just the fact of. And permit yourself to add a space-like quality to awareness. Is not really a space. It has no dimensions. But in this exploration, we're not trying to be accurate with our language. We're trying to be more evocative with our language. So permit yourself to understand and feel yourself as the space, or the space-like presence of awareness within which the entire content of your experience arises. Now ask yourself the question, can I find an edge to the field of awareness in which my experience arises? Don't think about this question intellectually. Don't try to work it out. This is a much more visceral, practical exploration. Each of us is having the experience of being aware, or awareness itself. Can you find an edge to the field of awareness in which your experience appears? Take the journey. Try to find that edge. Try to travel with your attention to the edge of the field of awareness in which experience arises. See if you can find that edge. And when I say, see if you can find the edge of the field of awareness in which your experience appears, I imply that we are one thing, and that we have the capacity to explore the space of awareness, that we have the capacity to direct our attention to explore this field. No, we are awareness. I'm really talking to you, awareness. I'm suggesting to you, awareness. Take your attention. Attention is just the focusing of awareness. So I'm suggesting to awareness, explore yourself. See if you can find a limit to yourself. Instead of directing your attention towards thoughts, images, feelings, and so on, direct your attention to the space of yourself. Explore yourself. Go to the edge of yourself. Can you find a limit to yourself? Of course, the mind believes that there is a limit to awareness, that it is enclosed in the body. But here we're actually doing the experiment. We're finding out for ourselves, is that belief justified? Is it true? If we ask awareness, what is your experience of yourself? Can you find an edge or a limit to yourself? The example I often give is that of a child who lies awake in bed at night, wondering how far physical space extends, and trying in their imagination to reach the edge of space. So it's the same thing here, except we don't do it in our imagination, because we are not imagining the presence of awareness. We are experiencing ourselves as awareness, so we can actually take the journey. We, awareness, can actually explore ourselves. And if we don't find any such edge, we simply don't presume that there is one. Another way to make this very clear experientially is to ask ourselves the question, do I ever have, or could I even imagine, an experience that would take place outside awareness? In what medium would experience take place if it were not to take place? Now it is obvious that our thoughts and feelings appear in the space of awareness. What is not immediately obvious is that the sensations of the body and perceptions of the world also appear in the space of awareness. Now I am not meaning to imply that the world only exists in our finite mind. That would be like suggesting that, relatively speaking, the world exists only in this room. No, the world doesn't exist in the space of this room. The world exists in the universal space. What I'm suggesting is that just as the space of this room in fact extends way beyond the four walls of this room and encompasses the entire world, so I'm not suggesting that the world only appears in the finite mind. In our personal awareness, I'm suggesting that what seems to be our personal awareness extends way beyond the four walls of the body, so to speak, and encompasses our experience of the world. So feel yourself, understand, but more importantly, feel yourself as the vast, open, empty space of awareness in which the entire content of experience arises. Your most intimate thoughts and the sound of the plane. The universe is cooperating beautifully with our meditation. And when the sound of the plane disappears, it disappears into exactly the same space as the space that our thoughts vanish into, namely the space of awareness. When any sound appears, it appears out of the same space that our thoughts and feelings arise from, namely the space of awareness. Now allow the experience of your body to come to your attention. With our eyes closed, and I recommend to begin with that we keep our eyes closed, our only knowledge or experience of the body is the current sensation or flow of sensations. And for those of you that are new, I use the word sensation very specifically. Sensation refers to our felt sense of the body, the temperature of the air on your skin, the feeling of your legs on the chair or cushion, the experience of tiredness or cold or hunger. All of these are sensations. The sound of my voice, the sight of this room is not a sensation, it is a perception. So sensations are just the way we feel the body from the inside. So just notice that if we stay closely and simply with the evidence of experience, this sensation or network of sensations that constitutes our experience of the body appears in awareness, in the same space as our thoughts and feelings. Be knowingly this vast, open, empty space, and just feel this little network of sensations appearing in it like a cloud in the sky. Now, these sensations can have two possible sources. The first, a practical or a functional one, the temperature of the air on our skin, the experience of our legs on the chair or floor, the feeling of tiredness or hunger. These are functional sensations. And there are other sensations whose origin is emotional, a subtle sensation in the throat or chest or belly, whose origin is not functional but comes from a feeling, sorrow, or lack, anxiety. All these feelings will be accompanied by some kind of storyline. But here we are not interested in the thoughts that accompany the feelings. We're just interested in the raw sensation itself. In fact, we don't really make a distinction in this context between an emotion and a sensation. If we remove the story, the interpretation that accompanies an emotion, we cannot tell it apart from a functional sensation. So just check this in your own experience, if there are any such feelings present. There may be a strong feeling present, or just a very slight lack or boredom. Don't refer to the thoughts that accompany the feeling, refer just to the raw, felt experience in the body, and go back and forth with your attention from this feeling in the body to a sensation that is just neutral and functional. For instance, the sensation of your feet on the floor. Or go back and forth with your attention between the sensation of your feet on the floor and this knot in the chest or the throat, if there is such an experience. And go back and forth until it's clear to you that they're made of the same stuff. It's just sensation. Without reference to thought or memory, you would have no idea that one was a sensation and the other an emotion. Remain as the open, empty space of awareness. Don't touch the sensations, just contemplate them. Contemplate the sensations until they, particularly those sensations that masquerade as feelings, until they lose the afflictive quality that thought adds to them. Ask yourself the question, unless I am in intense physical pain, are any of my current sensations unbearable or even uncomfortable? Don't allow thought into the picture. We're just exploring the sensations. Any feeling that may be present in the chest area, and without referring to thought, ask yourself, is this sensation more uncomfortable than the tingling sensation at the soles of my feet? Or is it of the same quality? Now stop dividing your sensations into different types. Just experience the body as a single, homogeneous mass of sensation without any thoughts attached to it. Ask yourself the question, can I find a clearly defined edge to this sensation? Or does this sensation bleed imperceptibly into the space of awareness all around? Don't allow the knowledge of your body, the image of your body, the memory of your body interfere with this contemplation of the raw experience of the body. Some areas of the sensation may be more intense than others, and some areas completely transparent and empty. If we were to draw the sensation of the body as it is actually experienced on a piece of paper, it would look a bit like the night sky, just clusters of dots appearing in the immensity of space. If we stay close to the experience of the body. It's just a cluster of tingling vibrations appearing in the space of awareness. Notice we are not manipulating the body in any way. We are just contemplating it with a disinterested and affectionate attention. We simply notice that the afflictive quality of our emotions gradually subsides in this disinterested but loving contemplation. It was not the emotion itself that was unbearable. It was our resistance to it that rendered it as such. Now, standing as the open, empty, resistanceless space of awareness, there is no such resistance. And as our emotions are divested of their unbearable or even their unpleasant quality, they are, so to speak, neutralized without our having even touched them. Allow the experience of weight to come to your attention. The experience of weight is simply the sensation of our legs on the chair or floor, interpreted by thought. Remove thought from the experience and see what remains of the experience of weight. If we were a newborn infant without access to memory or thought, would we have any knowledge that this experience was evidence of weight, or would it simply be a sensation of a certain intensity floating weightlessly in the sky of awareness? Contemplation of the body is the most refined and subtle form of yoga there is. It is the practice, if we can call it a practice, in which we begin to experience and feel the body in a way that is consistent with our understanding, namely that everything, ultimately, is made of pure consciousness. Everything is the activity of consciousness. It's one thing to understand this. It's another thing to feel it. It is the real meaning of the term Shiva Asana. Shiva Asana is not a physical posture that we take with the body. It is the posture of understanding that we are taking our stand as infinite, borderless, resistanceless awareness, and gradually and progressively surrendering the felt sense of the body to this space until it is dissolved in it and revealed as that. Of course, it is not really dissolved in it because it was not really an independently existing body to begin with. But as a concession to the one who believes and feels their body to be something solid and dense made out of matter, it is legitimate to describe it as a dissolution of that feeling in the transparency and emptiness. Ask yourself the question, does, in my current direct experience, does the current sensation have an age? Does it have a gender? Don't refer to thought or memory. Does the current sensation have a size, a shape? Without reference to memory, does the current sensation have a history? Does the current sensation have a density? If you were, so to speak, to reach into it, what substance would you find there? Remember, you're a newborn infant. This is the first experience you've ever had. You know nothing other than the current experience. You know nothing about it other than the way it is presenting itself to you in this moment. Is this sensation solid, dense, opaque? Or is it transparent, empty, spacious? Don't expect any special experience as a result of this contemplation. This contemplation works in a homeopathic way, subliminally, dissolving the felt sense of separation in the body and the activities of seeking and resisting that attended. The apparent boundary between the body and the world, so that just as we understand that what we essentially are is unlimited awareness, not the finite mind, so we begin to feel that the world is our body. The felt sense of separation between ourself and all others and objects dissolves or expands, leaving us not just with the understanding of the unity of all things, but with the felt sense of oneness. Okay, let's leave it there, and let's remain in silence till we're in the dining room. By the way, I use the words consciousness and awareness, and indeed knowing, synonymously. In traditional literature, the words consciousness and awareness are not always used synonymously, and this leads to quite a lot of confusion. But here, the words consciousness and awareness always refer to the same thing. So consciousness is that to which everything appears. It is that within which everything arises, and it is that out of which everything is made. Consciousness or awareness is that to which everything appears, or with which everything is known. It is that within which everything arises, and it is that out of which everything is made, or we could say it is that of which everything is the activity. So in the first of these three steps, consciousness is that to which everything appears, or with which everything is known. We separate ourselves as consciousness from the content of experience. By the content of experience, I mean all thoughts, images, feelings, sensations, perceptions, activities, and relationships. We separate that which is aware from everything that we are aware of. We separate the subject from the object. And this first step can be affected by a question such as, what is it that knows or is aware of my experience? This question takes the mind away from the content of experience and invites it backwards or inwards or selfwards towards that which is aware, or the simple fact of being aware. So just ask yourself the question, what is it that knows or is aware of my experience? Don't allow your mind to answer that question with a word. Just see what happens to your mind when it tries to find the answer to that question. Whatever it is that knows my thoughts and images, memories, is not itself a thought or an image what is that? Whatever it is that feels our emotions and sensations is not itself an emotion or a sensation. What is that? Whatever it is that perceives the world is not itself a perception. What is that? Anything that the mind finds in response to these questions would itself be an object of knowledge. Don't let the mind rest on that object. Just ask yourself the question, but what is it that is aware of this object? Another possibility in response to this question is that the mind, finding nothing, will drift off into daydreaming or imagining, thereby perpetuating its fascination with the content of experience and thus preventing it from subsiding into its source. This daydreaming activity may at first seem innocuous, but it is the activity through which the sense of separation is perpetuated and is thus responsible for our suffering. What is it that is aware of my experience? Just ask the question and remain open without knowing, open without knowing anything. To begin with, this openness will still have some dynamism left to it, a residue of the previous impulse to always go towards the objective content of experience. In other words, in this openness, without knowing anything, there may be some sense that we are waiting, expecting, hoping, waiting, expecting, hoping that something will happen. Nothing is going to happen. What we are expecting to happen is already happening, but it is veiled by our expectation. So in this contemplation, our waiting, expecting, hoping is gradually, in most cases, occasionally, suddenly, relieved of its dynamism, its direction, and stands revealed as that for which we long. Please understand that this is nothing to do with watching the mind, which is a popular meditation practice. There's nothing wrong with that. It is a preliminary practice that enables us to take a first step back from our involvement with the content of experience. But it is just a first step. Here we dispense with that first step, or attend to it only very briefly. We are not being aware of the content of the mind. We are being aware of being aware, or simply awareness, or even more simply being. Now, in order to bring about this recognition of ourself as the presence of awareness and its innate peace, we have separated ourselves from the content of experience. We have made a distinction between the subject and the object. And you might legitimately object that this is not very non-dual. So at some point we begin to collapse the distinction between the subject and the object. And this leads us to the second part of my definition of awareness or consciousness as that within which everything arises, not just that to which everything appears or with which everything is known, but that within which everything arises. So we add in our imagination a spatial quality to awareness and visualize it as the medium or the field within which everything appears. So understand, but more importantly, feel yourself as this borderless, expansive, transparent, silent, loving presence of awareness, within which the entire content of your experience is arising. The sound just flows through the space of awareness, vanishes back into it. Our thoughts, feelings, sensations arise in this transparent, borderless open. They exist for some time within it and vanish back into it without leaving a trace on it. Just as the sound of the plane, relatively speaking, doesn't leave a trace in empty space. The empty space is in exactly the same condition now as it was before the sound of the plane passed through it. We, awareness, this transparent, open, empty, luminous, space-like field of awareness, are always in the same condition, irrespective of the qualities of experience that pass through us. Nothing leaves a trace on us. We, awareness, are always transparent, luminous, pristine, fresh. We are never modified, or harmed, or changed by experience. We, awareness, are not purified, emptied, stilled, silenced in this contemplation. Our nature is simply revealed as such. We cannot become what we already are. We cannot be what we are not. Allow the sensation of your body to float weightlessly in this. Know nothing about the sensation other than the raw experience itself. See that we, awareness, offer the sensation no resistance whatsoever. The sensation is entirely embraced by the space of awareness. So this embracing or welcoming of the sensation is not something we need do. It is not something we need practice with the mind. That would be an effort. That would set up a conflict. This resistancelessness is what we are, not what we do. The sensation may have a certain intensity to it, but unless we offer this sensation our resistance, there is nothing inherently unpleasant about it, unless it, of course, goes beyond a certain threshold, in which case it is experienced as physical pain, which is supposed to be unpleasant. But we're not talking here of physical pain. We're referring more to functional sensations, but particularly those sensations that arise from feelings, sorrow, anger, shame, and so on. Know nothing about these sensations other than the raw experience itself. Let your resistance to the sensation subside in this contemplation. The unpleasantness of the feeling is not inherent in the feeling itself. It is conferred upon the feeling by our resistance to it. Divested of our resistance, the unpleasantness is at first neutralized and then revealed as peace. In time, our emotions subside and only functional sensations remain. The tingling sensation of our face or hands or feet. But even these lose their names. They are just amorphous, tingling vibrations, pulsating gently in the space of awareness, separating nothing from nothing. Allow the sensation of your face to come to your attention. Immediately drop the label face without reference to thought or memory. We have no experience of having a face. There is just an amorphous, tingling vibration of a certain intensity, gently pulsating, empty, aware openness. Feel that you breathe this empty, aware openness into the sensation of your face. Feel that your breath originates in the space all around the sensation. Inhale this emptiness into the sensation, all over its entire porous surface. And then exhale out into the emptiness in all directions. Long, slow, deep, Feel that the sensation is being bathed in emptiness with each inhale, and with each exhale, the breath takes a little bit of the density of the sensation and disperses it in the space all around. With each inhale, feel that the emptiness percolates a little more deeply into the sensation, dissolving any little tensions behind the eyes, in the mouth, or in the ears. These little tensions are the I, the one who speaks, I, the one who hears. This contemplation is a visceral counterpart to one of my favorite prayers. God be in my head and in my thinking. God be in my eyes and in my seeing. God be in my mouth and in my speaking. God be in my ears and in my hearing. God be in my heart and in my understanding. God be at mine end and in my departing. It is a bathing in God's presence. It is what's referred to in the Christian tradition as the transfiguration. That is the progressive outshining of the body in God's being. Allow the heart and chest area to come to your attention. Immediately drop the labels heart and chest. Just a vibration of a certain intensity, floating weightlessly in this open, aware emptiness. That is, in God's presence. Offer the sensation to the empty, loving space of awareness, which is another way of saying surrender the sensation to God's presence, to God's safekeeping. Breathe this loving emptiness into the sensation of the heart, all around its porous surface. With each inhale, breathe this loving emptiness more and more deeply into the sensation or the emotion, allowing its empty quality, its loving quality to percolate more and more deeply into the intensity of the feeling or sensation. And then on the exhale, allow the breath to carry the intensity or the density, the intensity of the feeling or the density of the sensation back out into the space all around. In this way, the emotion or the sensation is bathed in emptiness, or in religious language, bathed in God's love. It's what Rilke was referring to when he said, "What is it like, such intensity of pain? If the drink is bitter, turn yourself into wine." The alchemists called this transmuting our feelings into love. I once had an elderly friend whose 3 young sons died early in their life. And he was one of the most joyful, loving people I have ever known. And his joy and enthusiasm for life was contagious. He had not allowed his sorrow to close his heart. On the contrary, it opened his heart. And as a result, the nature of the heart, which is joy and love, simply communicated itself through him. Allow the belly and pelvic area to come to your attention. Drop the labels. A tingling, amorphous vibration, floating weightlessly, aware, openness. Stop compartmentalizing the body, just feel the single, homogeneous, quivering vibration, suspended weightlessly in the space of awareness, and breathe this emptiness in and out, all over its porous surface, until you can no longer feel the difference between the emptiness and the sensation. It is one experience. Emptiness quivering within itself as this sensation. I believe that a couple of you are pregnant. Breathe this love and emptiness into your child. Now stop doing anything, just allow your experience to be as it is. Okay, let's leave it there and let's remain silent till we're in the dining room. Thank you. Allow the last traces of expectation to come to rest. If you venturing into the past or future, ask it, where are you going? And if the mind is honest, it will almost always reply, I am leaving the now in search of. Don't discipline the mind. Simply say to the mind, you are already the happiness you seek. And allow this understanding to gradually or suddenly bring the mind to rest. What we seek lies at the source of our seeking. If attention is the movement from awareness towards an object, then in meditation we take the same pathway in the opposite direction, from the object to awareness. And if devotion is a movement from love towards the beloved, then in prayer we take the same pathway in the opposite direction, from the beloved to objectless love. As the Italian monk said, Lord, thou art the love with which I love thee. And once the path back to awareness or to God's presence has been accomplished, the life in awareness or in God begins. And that is a life in which the contents of our experience are progressively permeated with and ultimately outshone by the presence of awareness or God's love. I formulate it in both ways to accommodate those of us who are on the path of knowledge and those who are on the path of devotion. And whilst the content of our experience is personal, limited, located, the medium within which our experience rises does not share the limitations or the destiny of the objects of experience. It does not arise when objects arise. It does not evolve. It does not vanish. Be knowingly this borderless, loving openness. Its nature is pure sensitivity. If an individual body is how the finite mind appears from a second person perspective, then the world is how the infinite mind, infinite consciousness, or God's mind appears from a localized perspective. In other words, feel that the world is your body, the body of infinite consciousness, God's body, our body. Take whatever sounds are appearing in the environment and feel that they are as intimate as your most intimate thoughts and feelings. And take your thoughts and feelings and feel that they are as impersonal as whatever sounds are taking place in the environment. The sound is taking place in you at no distance from yourself. Not yourself a person, yourself this borderless openness. Infuse your experience of the world with the same quality of intimacy with which you experience your own inner life, and infuse your intimate inner life with the same impersonal quality with which you experience the world. Be like Van Gogh or Bonnard or Chardin, who paint an old pair of boots with the same love and affection as they paint a portrait of themselves. For those of you that live in New York, there is a painting in the Frick Museum. It's a self-portrait by Rembrandt when he was an old man. And it is an example of what is referred to in the Vedantic tradition as darshan. That is the experience when we contemplate an image of the divine that searches us, and in contemplating it allows for nothing other than our real self. Nothing else can stand its penetrating gaze. And in the next room there is a small still life by Chardin, in which the objects on the table exude presence, being. It is a vision of the world which sees the world saturated in being, shining with being, shining with God's presence. So those of you that live in New York, I recommend a visit, and when you go to the museum, guard your eyes carefully. Don't look at the paintings by painters that think that people are people and objects are objects. Just find these two paintings. That would be satsang in the midst of New York. And then take that vision out onto the streets of New York or wherever you live, and see the world shining with being. Allow the image of someone you love to come to your attention. This could be someone in your life now, or someone that you love deeply who has passed away. Or it could even be a pet, a dog or a cat. Just set this person or animal in front of you in your imagination and contemplate everything you know about their body, their ideas, their activities, their history, and so on. Imagine dialoguing with them, meeting them physically, mentally, emotionally. And now imagine that you both agree to take the thought, I am, and you allow yourselves to be taken to that place. It is in fact the only element of your experience that you truly share. You agree to cease exploring physically, mentally, emotionally, and to meet in the place of simply being, the placeless place. That placeless place is not a place that you once visited and no longer have access to. It is the place we meet now. It is the place where we are together now. It is the place of love. And for those of us in intimate relationship, understand that sexual intimacy is a portal to this placeless place. But there are many other portals. Just a look, or a smile, or a hug, or a handshake. These are all portals, moments, when we are taken to our shared being, the placeless place of love. It can take place in a glance between two strangers on the street. It can take place in intimate relationship. It can take place at a conversation over a meal or a walk in the woods. It can take place with someone who we presently know, but it can equally take place with one who has passed away. If we go into the depths of our being, that is where we find our friend, our child, our parent, whoever it is that passed away. That is where they live eternally in us. A beautiful old poem of Rumi's that I don't remember very well, but it goes something like this. I died from rock and plant became. I died from plant and took a human frame. And then there's a few more verses and it ends, when by my dying did I ever grow less? Likewise, when by dying does anyone grow far? When by dying does anyone become far away? dying we come close. That's why love and death are so inextricably linked in art and literature, and is the ultimate symbol of the Christian tradition. Allow the image of someone you dislike to come to your attention. If you can't find anyone in your actual life, I'm sure the media will provide. Hold them in front of you in your imagination and contemplate everything about them, whatever it is you really dislike. Their body, their ideas, their activities, and so on. Allow yourself to fully feel your disdain for them. You might even enter into a conversation with them, arguing about vaccinations or something like that. The latest conspiracy theory. And now agree with this person to suspend the conversation and for both of you to take the thought, I am, and agree to meet in the place where that thought takes both of you. Don't think about this, actually go there. Now, whilst remaining in this placeless place of love, allow the face of this person who you dislike to come back. Allow the whole person to come back and feel that they are infused with the quality of love that we find in this place. And now imagine conversing again with this person, but ensure that the quality of your conversation is informed by the recognition of your shared being. This does not imply that we will necessarily start agreeing with the other. But the agreement which we previously sought in our conversation will now have been found in our being. And this will give the relationship the best possible chance of evolving in a way that is consistent with love and understanding. And it will be expressed as tolerance, openness, respect. Listen to whatever sounds are present and allow the hearer and the heard to merge in hearing. In fact, the hearer and the heard don't really merge in hearing. They never existed as such to begin with. The hearer and the heard are conceptual abstractions that thought superimposes onto the experience of hearing. And if we touch the stuff that hearing is made of, all we find is no. When I say all we find, I mean all we consciousness find is ourself. Allow your eyes to open, but don't let the seer and the seen crystallize out of the intimacy of pure seeing. Touch the stuff that seeing is made of. And recognize that all we find there is knowing. That is, all consciousness finds is itself. If the path to God could be described as the means by which we recognize ourself as ever-present, unlimited awareness, then a life in God is a life in which we recognize and feel everyone and everything as that. At this stage, there is really no longer any distinction between meditation or prayer and everyday life. We may still choose from time to time or on a regular basis to sit down, close our eyes, rest our attention in awareness, or rest our devotion in God's presence. But this would not be something that started and stopped. It would simply continue uninterrupted throughout the entire day. Our activities and our thoughts and feelings and in time our activities and relationships would be progressively informed by the qualities that are innate in our being, in God's being. Our activities and relationships would progressively communicate this and share this and celebrate this. They would be the means by which this love and understanding are shared in society. And that is the greatest gift one could possibly bring to society. What is shared is the same, but the way we share it is unique to each individual. The way I'm sharing it is just one of many ways. There are as many ways as there are people. And I would suggest that each of us has a sacred duty, a loving duty to express, communicate, share, celebrate this love and understanding in our lives. So let's remain silent till we're in the dining room. Thank you. If attention could be considered the focusing or directing of awareness on the content of experience, that is our thoughts, feelings, sensations, perceptions, and so on, then meditation or prayer would be the relaxation of that attention. In meditation or prayer we take the same pathway of attention but in the opposite direction. From the content of experience back to the presence of awareness. The simple fact of being or being aware. In other words, the pathway between ourself, the presence of awareness, and experience is called attention. The same pathway travelled in the opposite direction from the content of experience to ourself, is prayer or meditation. So just explore this pathway. Give your attention, for instance, to your thoughts. And now soften the focus of your attention and just come back to yourself. Remain with yourself. Now give your attention to the tingling sensation at the soles of your feet. Now relax your attention, come back to yourself. Rest in yourself, rest in being. Now give your attention to the sound of the plane. And when the sound vanishes, let your attention naturally relax and come back to yourself. The silence that remains after a sound has disappeared is not itself our being. It is an image of being in the world. Transparent, empty, silent, still. And now give your attention to anything that is troubling you in your life, if indeed there is anything. And now let go of the object and just come back to yourself. The simple fact of being or being aware. When I suggest that there is a pathway from ourself, the fact of being or being aware, to the content of experience, which is called attention when travelled in one direction, and meditation or prayer when travelled in the other direction. I imply that there is a distance between ourself and the content of experience. This is not intended. It is simply a compassionate concession to one who has temporarily lost themselves in the content of their experience. To such a one, it is legitimate to say, come back to yourself. But in reality, there is no distance between ourself and the content of experience. We never leave ourself in order to experience something. And therefore it's not quite true to say we come back to ourself. We are always ourself. The fact of simply being or being aware. But our knowledge of ourself is obscured by our knowledge of other things. As such, we lose ourselves, or seem to lose ourselves, in the content of experience, and therefore seem to have to make this return journey to ourself. So to begin with, there seems to be this conflict between experience and ourself. They seem to be two mutually exclusive possibilities. It's like suggesting that we can either watch a movie or see the screen, but we can't do both at the same time. Of course we can do both at the same time, and indeed we do both at the same time. But for one who is not aware that they are seeing the screen, for one who believes that they are seeing a landscape, it is legitimate, at least to begin with, to say, turn off the movie in order to see the screen. relax the focus of your attention from the content of experience in order to become aware of yourself. But having become aware of ourself, we can now return to the content of experience without overlooking or forgetting or ignoring ourself. That is, we can watch the movie without losing sight of the screen. We have not touched the content of experience. We have not tried to change it or manipulate it in any way. In other words, we have not tried to discipline or silence the mind. Rather, the content of experience, in most cases, gradually loses its capacity to veil the fact of being or being aware, which shines not just in its background, but in its midst, just as water is temporarily flavored by various substances and seems to become tea or coffee or juice without ever actually changing its nature. So we, the fact of being or being aware, are temporarily qualified content of numerous experiences without ever changing our nature. We are intimately one with all experience, but remain completely unchanged by it. All experience is completely dependent upon us for its existence, but we are completely independent of experience, one with it, but free of it. We do not need to free ourselves or liberate ourselves from the content of experience through any kind of effort or practice or discipline. That would only be necessary if we were not inherently free from the conditions of experience to begin with. All that is necessary is to recognize our inherent freedom, at first in the background of experience, and then in the midst of experience. And just as a molecule of water on the turbulent surface of the ocean, and a molecule of water in the silent depths of the ocean are of the same nature. So, in the midst of depression, a moment of ecstasy, or any other experience, the nature of our being remains the same, unchanged, unmodified, pristine. Although the fact of being or being aware assumes all the forms of experience, it is never essentially changed by it. It remains the same inherently peaceful, uncolored, silent, transparent presence. And for this reason it is never necessary to defend ourselves against the content of experience. It would only be necessary to defend ourselves against the content of experience if our being or self were in danger of being changed or harmed or stained or modified by it. Just as the water never resists the form that the ocean takes, because it remains the same throughout. So one who remains in touch with their being, as their being, no longer need defend themselves against any particular experience in order to preserve their peace, nor need they seek any particular experience in order to enhance itself. One just remains oneself throughout all experience, however turbulent or not it may be. This absence of the need to enhance or complete or fulfill oneself in the content of experience is what we refer to as happiness. Happiness is, as such, not a particular feeling or emotion. It is not an experience that happens to us from time to time. It is simply the nature of being. It is from this understanding that the great Vedantic formulation is derived, Sat Chit Ananda. The awareness of being is happiness itself. In other words, we are the happiness we seek. Most people embark early on in their lives on a great search for happiness in the content of experience. Objects, substances, activities, relationships, and when these have failed sufficiently often to provide the happiness we seek, we rebrand the search for happiness, the search for enlightenment. Continue to seek in teachers and teachings and methods and practices and so on. And to begin with, all of these seem to hold out the promise of happiness, just as did the objects, activities, and relationships previously. But sooner or later, these also fail to produce what we now call enlightenment, for which we long. And sooner or later there are no other possibilities in the realm of experience within which we might seek happiness or enlightenment. That is the moment when the prodigal son, having explored everything that is on offer in the world, finds himself destitute, eating the food that the pigs eat. There is nothing left in manifestation to fulfill him. That is the moment he turns around to face the Father, to face his Father. This turning around takes place spontaneously as soon as we understand or even intuit that the happiness for which we long cannot be found in the content of experience. It is in this context that I sometimes suggest that a retreat like this should be our last big disappointment. A really clear, efficient teaching should make it abundantly clear, right at the very beginning, that the happiness for which we long cannot be found in the content of experience, however refined or noble that experience may be. And if a teacher or a teaching in any way draws our attention towards himself or herself or itself, they are ultimately colluding with our inevitable disappointment. They are setting us up for disappointment and unhappiness. In a more tolerant mood, I might concede that such an approach is legitimate as a kind of halfway step. And whilst this may have been necessary in the past, I don't consider it necessary. We are sufficiently mature psychologically and emotionally no longer to require this intermediary step that goes via the teacher, via some special object or experience. Certainly everybody who is here is qualified just by virtue of the fact that you are here to go directly to the place of peace and happiness within yourself, the placeless place of peace and happiness within yourself, without the need to go via a person or an experience or a practice. So just be aware of any residual impulse in yourself to go towards anyone or anything for the purpose of finding peace or joy. Let that impulse first be exposed and then to come, in most cases gradually, to rest in this understanding, gradually and effortlessly to rest in this understanding. We have not disciplined this impulse. We have not engaged in any practice to undermine or get rid of it. We have simply exposed it to understanding. Have the clarity and the courage to face the fact that nothing can make you happy, to invest the content of experience, objects, substances, activities, relationships, and so on, with the capacity to make us happy, is to set ourselves up for failure and disappointment. And by the same token, nothing can make us unhappy unless we give it permission to do so, in which case it will seem to do so. See that most of our thinking arises for the purpose of taking us away from our current experience, which is deemed unsatisfactory, into a past or a future where the promise of happiness lies. That activity of seeking happiness in the past or the future is our suffering. And strangely and conversely, our current experience, which we consider to be the place of suffering from which we escape into a future, is the place of happiness. When Ramana Maharshi said that the sage is one who has come out of the scorching heat and found shade at the foot of the tree, what he meant by the scorching heat was our happiness-seeking adventure in the content of experience. And what he meant by the shade at the foot of the tree was our own being, utterly, intimately one with the current experience without the least resistance to it. Okay, let's leave it there and let's remain silent till we're downstairs. Thank you. Good morning. That we are present in the midst of whatever we are experiencing. If I am depressed or lonely or anxious, I am present there. If I am excited or enthusiastic, I am present there. If I am walking down the street or reading a book or having a meal, I am present there. Whatever I am experiencing, I am. The experience is something that is added to me. It temporarily seems to qualify me, and then it leaves me. But I remain, not I the person, I just the fact of being, or being aware. And for this reason it is not necessary to manipulate our experience in any way whatsoever. Our own presence shines equally brightly in a deep depression or a moment of ecstasy. Neither experience is more or less preferable than the other. No particular condition of experience is preferable in relation to this recognition of the nature of. And for this reason, we never refer to or even acknowledge the existence of distractions into whatever realm of imagination your mind takes you. You would always find yourself sometimes said to be an effortless. We have absolutely no agenda with the content of the space in a prison cell and the space in Church Cathedral is the same space. The shape and function of the buildings does not qualify or condition the space in any way. The being that we essentially are always remains the same, irrespective of the content of experience. Oh, don't touch your experience. Just let it be. If we let our experience be, experience will let us simply be. Even if there is some expectation or hope or longing left over from our previous search for happiness in the world, still we are present in the midst of that expectation, hope or longing. All that is necessary is to cease focusing on the expectation, the hope, the longing, and allow our being to emerge, to be, so to speak, magnified. When we feel I am expecting, I am longing, and just let go of the expectation and longing and emphasize the I am. What we are really longing for is to be divested of the feeling of longing and to stand revealed, divested of the qualities that our being acquires from the content of experience. We cannot even say that it is our being. In other words, being is not an attribute of a person. A person is an attribute of being, a temporary qualification of being. We are, as such, not human beings. We are pure being, clothed in human experience. As such, being is at once utterly intimate and yet impersonal, having no personal attributes. Being is unlimited, unbound, and thus its nature is freedom. Being free from the qualities that characterize our thoughts and feelings. It remains unperturbed, and thus its nature is peace. Being free from any sense of lack or imperfection. It is whole, perfect, complete, and this is experienced from a human perspective as happiness or joy. When we feel happy, we feel complete, we lack for nothing. Nothing need be added to us. In other words, in that moment, that timeless moment, we are literally tasting the nature of our being. Our being is tasting or knowing itself. That is the experience of happiness. Being unbound or unlimited. Being cannot be divided into parts, for any part would be defined by its boundary. Reality appears to us as a multiplicity and diversity of objects and selves. But what is this multiplicity and diversity an appearance of? What is it that is appearing as this multiplicity and diversity? Anything that it appears is an appearance of something. When the movie begins, the landscape is an appearance of the screen. The landscape is the appearance, the screen its reality. All appearances have a reality to them. The appearance itself is illusory. There is no real landscape there. But all illusions have a reality to them. In this case, the screen. The world that appears to us is not unreal, but it is an illusion. What is its reality? What is it an illusion of? Pure being. Pure aware being. In religious language, God's being. This unity of being that underlies the appearance of multiplicity and diversity is experienced from a human perspective as love or beauty. When we experience love in relation to a person or an animal, or beauty in relation to an object or nature, at that moment, the person, the animal, the object or nature has lost its concealing power and instead shines with its reality. Of course, the mind, which knows nothing of reality although it is made of it, wrongly attributes the love to the person or the beauty to the object. At that moment, the person or the object shines with its reality. But it is not really the person we love. It is not really the object that is beautiful. The person or the object is, at that moment, as it were, a symbol of that love and beauty. We may adore them as such, but we should never forget what it is that we truly love. Just as wine is, so to speak, saturated with water, just as King Lear is completely saturated or permeated with the presence of John Smith. Understand, but more importantly feel that your body and mind are completely saturated with and permeated by aware being. Understand, but more importantly feel that the being that we essentially are extends way beyond the limitations of our body, that it underlies and permeates the entire world, just as the physical space of this room is not contained within or limited by the four walls of this room. Understand, but more importantly feel that the utterly intimate but impersonal and unlimited being from which we derive our temporary, limited existence is the same being from which everyone and everything derives its temporary existence. Do not let the appearance of the world veil its reality. Feel that the world is saturated with being. That is, for the devotees amongst us, saturated with God's presence. See it as an emblem of that presence. Before you undertake any action or relate to any person or animal, make sure that your action or interaction is informed by and an expression of this felt understanding. When the unity of being, the oneness of being, is refracted through the faculty of sense perception, that is, seeing, hearing, touching, tasting and smelling, it appears as 10,000 things. It's what William Blake meant when he said, "Every bird that cuts the airy way is an immense world of delight enclosed by the senses five." Every object, every person, every animal is, in Blake's world, an immense world of delight, the joy of being, enclosed by or filtered through our five senses. With your mind, know 10,000 things, but with your heart, know and love only one thing. Our world culture has been hypnotized by appearances, and as a result our society is founded upon the assumption of separation and fragmentation. This paradigm of separation and fragmentation must inevitably lead to sorrow on the inside and conflict on the outside. No no amount of superficial changes at the level of society will make any long-term difference until this assumption of separation is replaced by the understanding of oneness, the unity of being. The unity of being must be the fundamental assumption upon which a truly sane society must be based. It has to be the foundation of all relationship between individuals, families, communities, and nations. And conversely, this recognition of the nature of being must inevitably lead to peace on the inside and harmony on the outside. Any action or interaction that flows from this understanding brings this understanding into the world. And I would suggest that we, as individuals who have a deep love of and interest in reality or truth, have a sacred duty not only to recognize this truth within ourselves and to live the implications of this recognition in our own lives, but to share and communicate this love and understanding in the world, in whatever way is appropriate for each of us. Just allow everything to be as it is. Okay, let's leave it there. Thank you. Through the layers of your experience until you arrive at the aware openness that you essentially are. Be that knowingly. Do not face your experience of the world as a person. Face the experience of the world and the experience of being a person from the vantage point of this aware openness. Remember, in this approach, meditation is not something that we as a person do. It is what we essentially are. So meditation is simply to be knowingly what we always and already are, this aware openness. And the person is not what we are. It is the activity of thinking, imagining, feeling, sensing, perceiving, acting, relating, and so on. But we, as this aware openness, or as this consciousness, do be sensitive to any residual impulse to do something, to know something, to acquire something, to become something. This residual impulse may express itself in our thoughts, in our feelings, or in the body. Don't discipline this impulse if it is present. Simply allow it to unwind naturally and effortlessly in this aware openness. the activity of seeking enlightenment or happiness is the activity that constitutes the apparently separate self. It expresses itself in our thoughts, but its deeper root lies in our feelings in the body. Indeed, long after we have genuinely understood that the nature of our essential being is peace and happiness, in most cases, a residue of tension or contraction remains in the body, which betrays the deeper root of the apparently separate self. This residual impulse at the level of our feelings or the body is immune to rational scrutiny or investigation. It requires a different kind of exploration. The purpose of this exploration is not really the recognition of our true nature. It presumes that this recognition has already taken place, or at least that we have had tastes of our true nature. Its purpose is rather to align the way we feel the body and perceive the world with this new recognition of ourself as this aware openness within which everything arises, with which everything is known, and ultimately out of which everything is made. If our conversations could be likened to the investigation that takes place in the classroom, these yoga meditations would be more like the exploration that takes place in the lab. In this case, it is the laboratory of experience. So this exploration doesn't end with the recognition of ourself as this aware openness. It begins with this recognition. So understand and feel yourself as this aware openness. Feel that this aware openness extends way beyond the limits of your body and encompasses the entirety of your experience. That was just a little test from the universe to ensure that we all understand and feel that everything that takes place in experience, including whatever sounds are present in the environment, take place within this aware openness that we essentially are. Just understand, but more importantly, feel everything that I experience. Thoughts, images, feelings, sensations of the body, perceptions of the world, take place in me, not me the person, not me a body and a mind, me this utterly intimate but impersonal and unlimited aware openness. Allow the experience of the body to come to your attention. Don't focus on it. Remain as the aware openness. And just allow the experience of the body to come to you. Don't go towards it. Let it come towards you. Now, for those of you that are here for the first time, by the experience of the body, I mean something very specific. I don't mean the thought of the body. Just think of your body now. That is not an experience of the body, it is the experience of a thought. Put that thought on one side, and now take the image of your body. Again, that is not an experience of the body. It is the experience of an image. Put it on one side. And now take the sensation of the body. By sensation, I mean the way we feel the body from the inside. Imagine you are a newborn infant. You haven't opened your eyes yet. You don't have the capacity to think, and there are no images in your mind. But you are experiencing sensations. You have no idea that those sensations are sensations of a body. You know nothing of either having or being a body, but you are experiencing sensations. Pleasant sensations, painful sensations, neutral sensations. So that's what I mean by the experience of the body. Just the raw sensation as it is experienced from the inside. It is only later that thought will conceptualize this sensation as a body, let alone me. The first thing to notice about this sensation is that it appears within this aware openness. The aware openness is not located inside it. Ask yourself the question, what do I know for certain, referring only to my current direct experience about this sensation? Don't refer to thoughts, images. This is the first experience you have ever had. You are experiencing the sensation. It may have a certain intensity to it. What do you know for certain? Is it a sensation of something, or is it just a sensation? When the sound disappears, does it leave awareness or does it vanish into awareness? Come back to the sensation, or let the sensation come back to you. Ask yourself the question, can I find a clearly defined border to the sensation? Does the sensation have a shape? Without reference to memory, would you have any sense that the sensation had a size? Does it have an age? How old is the current sensation? Without reference to thought, is there any evidence in your current experience for age or time? In other words, are you actually experiencing time now? We may experience a thought about time, but are we actually experiencing the time to which that thought refers? If we are experiencing a sensation, which we all are, we must be experiencing the stuff out of which it is made. So how would you describe, without referring to the past, how would you describe the stuff out of which the current sensation is made? What are its qualities? The purpose of these questions is not really to answer them with a verbal answer. It is to take us more deeply into the actual experience itself. Current sensation have a density to it. Without reference to memory, would you know, for instance, that the current sensation was something solid? The sensation may have a certain intensity to it, but is that intensity experiential evidence of density, solidity, opacity? Feel the sensation like a cloud floating, immensity of this aware openness. See that without reference to thought or memory, there is no actual experience of weight. Weight is just a concept that is superimposed onto a sensation of a certain intensity. So feel that this cloud-like sensation floats weightlessly in this awareness. Feel that this sensation is never static. It is always gently pulsating or vibrating. The current sensation could have two origins. It could be simply a functional sensation generated by the contact area of our legs on the chair or floor, our hands on our lap. Or it could have an emotional source. It could be a feeling, a sense of lack, or the feeling of sorrow, anxiety, and so on. But see that without reference to thought or memory, we really can't tell these two different types of sensation apart. We would never call the tingling sensation of our legs on the chair or floor an emotion. So if there are any feelings or emotions present, leave the commentary that thought adds to it on one side and just experience the raw sensation. Go back and forth between that sensation and, say, the tingling sensation at the soles of your feet until you cannot find any qualitative difference between them. Allow the experience of the head to come to your attention. Immediately drop the label head without reference to thought or memory. We know nothing of having a head. There is just the amorphous, tingling vibration, floating weightlessly in this aware openness. The head area is one of the main areas where the felt sense of being a separate self seems most. I the seer, I the smeller, I the taster, I the hearer, I the thinker, and so on. The face area in particular is full of tiny little contractions that are the counterpart to the felt sense of being a separate seer, smeller, taster, hearer, speaker, thinker, and so on. Allow the sensation of the face and the head to completely relax into this aware, open, empty space. Feel that the sensation is permeated by this space. Allow the breath to come to your attention. Feel that the breath originates in the space in front of your face. And when you inhale the breath into the whole of your face and head area. And as you exhale out into the space behind. And take long, slow, deep. And then the next breath is initiated in a space behind the head. You breathe it into the head and allow it to seep into the face, through the back of the face, percolate through all the little tensions and densities in the front of the face and out into the space in front when you exhale, and breathe back and forth in this way through the face and the head sensation. It's as if the density of the face and head area are being washed with the transparency and emptiness of the space that we are breathing through it, like a thick blanket hanging on a washing line with the wind blowing back and forth through it in both directions. Feel that you don't really have a back of your head. Feel that behind your face there is just a a vast open space, and feel that within each inhale the transparency and emptiness and luminosity of this space percolates more deeply into the density of the face area, permeating it with its transparency and emptiness. Allow the heart area to come to your attention. Another area that is rich in feelings of being a separate, finite self. It's a place where I, the one who is hurt, lives. I, the one who is sad or upset. I, the one who is anxious or depressed. Breathe the transparency and luminosity and emptiness of the aware space in which this sensation is arising. Back and forth across this sensation. The heart area is often a place that feels dark or cavernous. Feel that you breathe the luminosity of awareness into it. And then as you exhale, you breathe it out into the space behind from where the next breath is initiated. And just breathe this empty luminosity back and forth into the darkness and density of this sensation. If you feel that any part of your heart resists being permeated by this transparency, this openness, this luminosity, just pause there. Take time. Feel that you breathe this transparency into the density of this area. Feel that the density and darkness of the heart area is being bathed with this warm, loving presence that is carried back and forth across it and into it by the breath. Feel that the density in the heart area is progressively permeated and saturated with this warmth and love. Allow the belly and pelvic area to come to your attention. Breathe this warm, loving, empty substance back and forth across it. And stop compartmentalizing the body or controlling the breath. And just feel the entire sensation or vibration permeated or saturated with them. Warm, empty, luminous quality of the awareness within which it appears, so that you can't really distinguish between them. The density and the solidity of the body has dissolved into the transparency and warmth of awareness. Let's remain silent till we're downstairs. Thank you. Pervades all experience intimately, irrespective of its content. Once this is clear, we completely give up any attempt to control or manipulate our experience. In whatever realm of experience we find ourselves, being is shining there. Normally the fact of simply being is obscured by the content of experience. And as a result, seems to recede into the background, and in some cases seems to be lost altogether. So here we invite being to come out of the background of experience into the foreground, and by contrast the content of our experience begins to recede into the background. At some point the distinction between the foreground and the background loses its meaning, and we simply find the entire content of experience permeated by or suffused with being, or in religious language, God's presence. To begin with, the fact of being may seem to be neutral with respect to our thoughts, feelings, sensations and perceptions. But in time this neutrality is felt as peace, and in time again it emerges as quiet joy, a causeless joy that has nothing to do with the content of experience, but arises from the depths of, and at some point the being that we essentially are can no longer be contained within the boundaries of the person that we seem to be, and it flows out into the world, in which case it is experienced as love in relation to people and animals, and beauty in relation to objects and nature. As we sit in being, or more accurately as being in most cases gradually, occasionally, suddenly, loses the qualities and as such the limitations that it seems to have acquired from the content of experience, and stands revealed as utterly intimate but impersonal, infinite being, God's being. This is the process, if we can call it a process, that Rumi referred to when he said, flow down and down and down in ever-widening rings of being. It's what the Christian mystics refer to as the practice of the presence of God. It's what the Vedantins refer to as self-abidance. If being were to give itself a name, it would refer to itself as I. Being were to say something true about itself, the first thing it would say is, I am. Thus, I, or I am, is the divine name. It is the first form of God. Highest form of prayer or meditation is, as such, to sound the name I, or I am, once in one's mind, and allow oneself to be drawn into its referent. To say, I am God, is not blasphemous, although one should never say such a thing. What is truly blasphemous is to say, I am a person. For in doing so we set ourselves up as a being apart from God's being. And if our being was apart from God's being, then there would be two beings, or two or more beings. And thus God's being would not be infinite. And as such, God would not be God. And likewise, to see another as another is to assert that there are two beings, which is to deny God's being. This is why Balayani said, otherness for being is being without otherness. In the Western tradition, this permeation or saturation of the entire content of experience with infinite being is referred to as the transfiguration, the outshining of the world in God's presence. And in the East, this process found its counterpart in the Tantric traditions, particularly the Tantric tradition of Kashmir Shaivism, of which our yoga meditations are a contemporary rendition, whose purpose is to dissolve the felt sense of density, solidity, heaviness of the body into the transparency, openness, emptiness, lovingness of infinite being or God's presence. They are the means by which the felt sense of the body becomes suffused with this understanding. So allow the experience of the body to come to your attention. In particular, allow the experience of your head to come to your attention. Be the open, empty, luminous space in which this sensation appears. Now, in your imagination, spread out in front of you a piece of white silk, and very gently remove your eyes from their sockets and place them on the piece of white silk. Feel that your eye sockets are completely empty. First, visualize the emptiness of the eye sockets, but more importantly, feel that they are empty. Now take your brain very carefully and place it on the piece of white silk. First, visualize, but more importantly, feel a great empty cavity in the back of your head, the top of your head. Empty, luminous, spacious. Remove your tongue and your teeth so that you first visualize but feel that your mouth is an empty cavity. And remove your eardrums and ear canals so that the ears are just an open, empty space. And visualize and feel your entire head as an empty cavity. Some residual sensations may be left, but just feel these as quivering, appearing in this empty cavity. And very carefully place the contents of your neck and throat on the white silk so that you feel the neck is just an empty column. Take your heart very carefully and all the precious feelings that it contains. Place it on the piece of white silk, where there was once a feeling of density and intensity. There is now openness, emptiness. Feel that the heart area that used to be dark and dense is now luminous, transparent, empty. Very carefully place the contents of the belly area on the piece of white silk in front of you. Visualize and then feel that a vast, open, empty cavity remains. Remove the content of the pelvic area, place it on the white silk. Remove the muscles and the tendons in your legs and arms, place them on the piece of cloth. Visualize and feel the empty columns that remain. And now carefully dismantle your skeleton. Place it on the cloth in front of you. And now neatly fold up your skin. Place it on the cloth. All that remains is a quivering vibration, pulsating gently in a vast, borderless, open, empty, luminous space. Allow the breath to come to your attention. Feel that the breath has been completely liberated from the cage of the body. The entire space is doing the breathing. Long, slow, deep breath. Allow the quivering, pulsating sensation to come back to your attention. And feel that with each inhale, you are inhaling this luminosity, this emptiness, this lovingness into the slight density of the sensation all over its entire porous surface. And with each exhale, the breath carries a part of the density of the sensation out into the emptiness all around, dispersing its density in that space. Just breathe in and out of the sensation in this way. With each inhale, feel that the breath permeates more and more deeply into the sensation. And with each exhale, feel that the breath carries the density of the sensation further and further out into the space, so that the sensation is becoming less and less dense. It is being infused with the transparency and emptiness and lovingness of the space. Feel that the sensation has been completely expanded and dispersed into the space all around, and is completely saturated, permeated with it, like a thin film of mist suspended in the sky. Now cease visualizing anything or controlling anything, just allow experience to be as it is. Okay, let's leave it there. Don't forget to tie up the four corners of your piece of cloth and take it with you when you go. Bury it somewhere if you're out walking on the trails or visiting the ocean or whatever. And let's remain silent till we're downstairs. Thank you. feel yourself as the within which all just knows no resistance to whatever appears in the field of it. This openness is impartially and affectionately allowing of the entire content of experience, resists what is present, never seeks, and thus it knows no. Its nature is peace. Understand that absolutely nothing needs to be changed about yourself or your circumstances in order to be established in this peace. One of the subtler ways that the apparently separate self perpetuates itself on the spiritual path is by trying to get rid of itself. This is a mistake. The sky never has an agenda with the weather. Openness that we essentially are never has an agenda with the content of experience. Allow any residual impulse, change anything about yourself or your circumstances. First, to be exposed, and then to come to rest in this understanding. Essential self or being is a field of pure sensitivity, availability, utterly intimate with the entire content of experience, but not implicated by it. As we rest in this openness, as this openness, all the residual dynamism of seeking and resistance that constitutes the activity which defines the separate self comes gradually. Visualize this field of sensitivity, availability and openness as a vast space. Awareness or consciousness is not really a space. It has no dimensions, but it is not possible to think of or visualize something with no dimensions. So as a concession to our desire to explore these matters in our felt experience, we permit ourselves to add a space-like quality to the presence of awareness. Don't you love the sound of the children on their morning breaks? It's like the signature tune of the Mercy Center retreats. The purpose of these yoga meditations is not to describe accurately the nature of reality. That is not possible. It is to effect at the level of our felt experience what we have already come to understand, or at least are on the brink of understanding, namely that consciousness or love is the ultimate reality. And it is for this reason that in these contemplations we don't use clinical lines of reasoning as we do in our conversations, nation and visualization, because these are powerful means of bringing about this felt understanding, felt understanding at the level of our actual experience. See, first of all, that this space within which all experience arises has no border to it. Don't take my word for it. Travel with and see if you can actually find in your experience an edge or a limit to the space within which everything arises. Of course, it's not a physical space, it's a knowing space, the space of awareness. See in this way that our attention never encounters anything outside the field, this space. The idea that there is something outside this space is simply that, an idea, which is inconsistent with the evidence of experience. See that your attention travels freely through this space. The reason our attention is able to travel freely through the space of awareness is because the space is transparent, empty. It's exactly the same reason that, relatively speaking, we can walk freely through physical space. If physical space were not empty, we would not be able to move freely through it. Likewise, if the space of awareness were not empty, our attention would not be able to travel through it freely towards any object of experience. On account of the emptiness of physical space, that physical objects are able to appear within it. So, likewise, it is on account of the emptiness of the space of awareness that the content of experience can appear within. If physical space were not empty, there would be no room for objects within it. If the space of awareness were not inherently empty, there would be no room for experience. Experience would not be possible. It is on account of the emptiness of awareness that the fullness of experience, say the emptiness of awareness, I mean emptiness only with respect to objects. From its own point of view, it is not empty, it is full of itself. And it is that fullness that takes the form of experience. See that nothing that appears in the space of awareness is at a distance from it. The sound of the plane is only felt to be at a distance when it is conceived as such. In the absence of that, the sound of the plane is as close and as intimate as our most intimate thoughts and feelings. And likewise our most intimate thoughts and feelings are as impersonal as the sound of the plane. Utterly intimate, and yet at the same time impersonal, that is, not belonging to a person. For there is ultimately no person present for any experience to belong to or not. See that the three categories of our experience all arise in this same open, empty, aware field. By the three categories in this context, I mean the mind, the body, and the world. The mind, in this context, consists of thoughts, images, feelings. The body, sensations, and the world, perceptions. I don't mean to imply that all there is to the world are perceptions. Refer to the fact that we experience the world through perception. And see that all thoughts, images, sensations, and perceptions arise in this same field. There are no real borders between these experiences. Our attention can flow freely from a thought to a sensation, and from a sensation to, say, a sound, without encountering a border. It's all a single, homogeneous, borderless, divisionless space. I don't mean to imply that everything that exists in the finite mind. I mean to imply that everything that exists in the space of awareness, and is ultimately made of that space. So in our yoga meditations we take the journey from the understanding everything appears in awareness to the understanding everything is made of. There are essentially three steps, or we could divide the understanding into 3 steps. The first, everything appears to awareness. The second, everything appears in awareness. The third, everything is made of awareness. And everything appears to awareness is really the territory of the Vedantic approach. Then the intermediary step, everything appears in awareness. And then the last step, everything is made of awareness, or everything is the activity of awareness. That's the tantric approach. So in our yoga meditations, we take the journey from the understanding everything appears to awareness and everything appears in awareness, the felt recognition that everything that exists is the very activity of awareness. In other words, or love or spirit is truly all there is. And we try to feel the body and to perceive the world in a way that is consistent with this experience of the body to come to your attention. Remain the open, empty, loving space of awareness. If our eyes are closed, and I recommend we keep our eyes closed, our only actual experience of the body is the current sensation or network of sensations. So drop the label body. Just experience it's not even a sensation of the body. If we stay close to the evidence of experience, it's just a sensation. It is only thought that will later suggest that the sensation is a sensation of. It's not a sensation of anything, it's just a sensation. And remember, by sensation I mean the way we feel the body from the inside, nothing to do with sights, sounds, taste. You are a newborn infant, you don't have the capacity to conceptualize your experience, and you have no past to refer to. You are still experiencing sensations, but you have no idea that they are sensations of anything. They're just raw. See that the sensation has no clearly defined edge to it. It has no size. Or see that the sensation is not a static object. It is a gently vibrating pulsation. It is fluid. Go to the experience of, or allow the experience of weight to come to your attention. The experience of weight seems to be evidence of the solidity and density of the body. In other words, it seems to give us evidence that the body is made out of something other than consciousness, transparent. The experience of weight seems to give us evidence that the body is made out of something solid, dense, heavy, dark. Go to the experience of your legs on the chair or your body on the floor. Immediately drop the label legs on chair or body on floor. You're a newborn infant. It's the first experience you've ever had. You know nothing of legs or chair or body or floor. There's just this tingling, amorphous vibration. It may have a certain intensity to it, but it is thought alone that superimposes the idea of weight onto that intensity. Without reference to thought, can you really say that this sensation weighs something? Or is it just an amorphous, tingling vibration, suspended weightlessly? Ramana Maharshi's main students, called Annamalai Swami, was walking round Arunachala with Ramana Maharshi one day, and Ramana Maharshi said to him, I don't really feel the weight of the body moving weightlessly through the sky. So this understanding was implicit in the Vedantic approach, but no direct pathways were given in that approach. Recognize this in our own experience. That is the great contribution of the Tantric, of that the elaborated pathways, the body that we see in the mirror or see in an image, or the body that we think of or imagine, is completely different from the body that we actually feel from the inside. The body that we see in an image has a clearly defined shape, a size, an age, and so on. The body that we feel, it's not really a body as such. If we were to draw that body on a piece of paper, it would look more like the Milky Way, a photograph of the body. Clusters of dots. There would be no lines in our drawing, just a mass of flickering, pulsating dots. Some clustered together where the sensation is more and in other areas, Jean Klein used to refer to this as the body of energy, sometimes referred to as the subtle body. I like to think of it as the body of vibration, or simply the body of pure sensitivity. Forget what it's called. I'm just trying to make sure that we're all referring directly felt experience of the so-called body. Just this tingling, amorphous, pulsating, vibrant, no location and no weight. Question if this was the first experience I had ever had, and imagine that it is. Is there any evidence in my experience that this pulsing vibration is solid or dense? Don't think about this. Reach into the sensation. Go into the sensation. Reach out with a hand, so to speak, made of pure knowing. Not a physical hand, but reach out your hand made of knowing, made of sensitivity. Touch the stuff that this vibration is. See in this way that density or solidity is also a concept that thought superimposes onto the actual experience of the body. Ask yourself the question, what is the stuff that is tingling, vibrating, pulsating? And don't say, I don't know. If we are experiencing the pulsation, we are by definition experiencing the stuff it is made of. Watching a movie, we are by definition seeing the screen. What is it that is pulsating? What is the stuff that is vibrating in the form of your current experience? See in this way that the sensation, pulsation, is not really like a fish. It's more like a current in the ocean. The idea that the sensation is a fish in the ocean belongs to the second stage of understanding, namely that objects appear in awareness. It's a halfway stage in which we make a concession to the existence of objects, albeit appearing in awareness. A current is not an object appearing in the ocean. It is a movement of the ocean. A sensation is not an object appearing in awareness. It is the activity of awareness. And as such, it is not really a sensation, an object. In reality, there are no objects. There are no things. There is just awareness and its activity. Language of non-duality, there will be no nouns. It's all verbs. Body is not a sensation appearing in awareness. It is the experience of sensing, made of pure knowing. It is pure knowing that temporarily assumes the form of sensing, which when viewed from a second-person perspective appears as a body, but never actually becomes a body. Always remains the activity of awareness, the activity of this open empty space. Just as the current in the ocean is never a thing in itself. It is just a temporary name and form of that which is, namely, relatively speaking, the open. Allow the area of sensing that we usually label the head to come to your attention. Drop the label head. Just experience sensing. Without moving your physical head, visualize, but more importantly feel that this vibration, this little cluster of sensing, moves to the left, turns to the left, but don't imagine. Very, very slowly feel this. It should feel like a current moving through emptiness, without moving, completely without resistance or tension, because there is nothing there other than this luminous absence of effort or strain, because effort would always be an effort against some kind of resistance. The current never, this little cluster of sensing to float back to the center. The current flows effortlessly to the right. Now this time the current floats to the left again. We simply allow the physical head to follow in the wake of the current, attracted by the current and flows with it. The physical head follows and turns, but we don't feel we're doing anything. Just the experience of sensing is being very subtly reconfigured, flowing into a new, and then the current, the tide changes. The current flows back to the center, and the physical head follows effortlessly. The tide flows to the right, and the physical head follows. And for those of you that practice yoga, consider what we've just done a sample. It's a kind of homeopathic yoga. It seems to be almost nothing, but it's the highest form of yoga. In this yoga there is only one posture in which we take our stand of pure sensitivity, and we feel the body and move the body in a way that is consistent with this felt understanding. It is the yoga for which all other yoga, just allow experience to be exactly as it is. Let's remain quiet till we're downstairs. Thank you. Be only being, know only being, and love only being. Be sensitive to any residual impulse in you to do something, to practice something, to achieve something, to understand something. This impulse can never be fulfilled. It can only be dissolved. It can only come to rest instead of reaching for its object. Doing subsides in being. There are two types of silence. There is the silence which is the absence of sound and thought. And there is the silence that lies behind the absence of sound and thought. that contains both sound and thought and their absence. It is the silence behind the silence. Rest in that, as that. Be sensitive to any expectation in you with respect to peace and happiness. Any expectation in relation to life in general. That is the expectation that our health is going to improve, our relationships are going to get better, or that our financial situation may improve. Be sensitive to anything or anyone in whom you have invested your desire for peace and happiness. The subtle expectation that something is going to change, and then I will be happy. Be sensitive to any expectation in relation to this retreat, that something is going to take place on this retreat that will finally make us happy. Be aware of any expectation in respect to this meditation, that something is going to be said that will finally bring us understanding or peace. Once our expectations that we project onto the world have been frustrated sufficiently often, we often simply transfer those expectations to a spiritual teaching or teacher. Just as at some point we understand or intuit that our expectations of the world to produce the peace and happiness for which we long can never be satisfied by the world. At some point we recognize that the same expectations that we project onto a teaching can never be satisfied by that teaching. That's why I sometimes suggest that the teaching or the teacher should be the final disappointment. An efficient teaching is one that does not seek to fulfill our expectations, but dissolves them, revealing in this way that we are already that for which we longed. See clearly that if there is any expectation with respect to peace and happiness in relation to our life in general and the teaching in particular, that this expectation betrays the fact that our desire for peace and happiness is still invested in the content of experience. In other words, if we live in a more or less subtle state of expectation, we are, by definition, courting unhappiness. See what happens to expectation when it is faced with this understanding. Be sensitive to any feeling of boredom, the feeling that our current experience is insufficient or lacking. Again, any feeling of boredom betrays the fact that our desire for peace and happiness is invested in the content of experience, invested in what happens. Remember Krishnamurti, who at the end of his life, when asked if he had a secret teaching, said, "My secret teaching is simply this: I don't mind what happens." See how expectation and boredom prevent us from sinking into the silence behind the silence. Who is the one who resists sinking into the silence behind the silence? The separate self or ego. But the separate self or ego is not an entity in its own right. It is simply the activity of expectation and boredom, seeking and resisting. See what happens to expectation and boredom when they are met with this understanding. Ask yourself the question, is there any impulse in me to reach for anything? Is there any dynamism in me towards anyone or anything? See that whatever we reach for is empty with respect to peace and happiness. The silence that is the absence of sound and thought is a reflection in the mirror of the mind of the silence behind the silence, the great silence in which everything and the absence of everything are contained. When the silence that is the absence of sound and thought comes to an end, the great silence remains. Thank you. So, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you at home. Be very sensitive to any sense of expectation in yourself, any movement of yourself towards something or someone. To begin with, this expectation takes us towards objects, substances, activities, relationships. And in time, as we mature, that towards which we move is refined. Objects, activities, relationships, and so on are replaced by truth, enlightenment, awakening, recognition, understanding. These are all ideas that accommodate and perpetuate this subtle sense of expectation. And in time, even these are refined as we mature. And we can no longer name that towards which we move, that which we expect. There is just a raw, unnameable, objectless longing in our heart that takes us towards something, we know not what, just the raw impulse of longing. That raw, objectless impulse of longing is the core of the separate self or ego. This core longing cannot exist by itself without an object to attach itself to, without an object to attach itself to, it will subside in its source, which from the perspective of the separate self or ego feels like a death. And in order to prevent this death, this raw, objectless longing will generate thoughts which will take us towards objects, substances, activities, relationships, and so on, thereby perpetuating the apparently separate self or ego. Even the so-called spiritual search, the exploration we make in books and YouTube and teachers and teachings, ultimately even these collude with and therefore perpetuate the core sense of longing that defines the separate self. In other words, the spiritual search is not really spiritual. There are no spiritual searches. All so-called spiritual searches ultimately perpetuate the raw sense of longing that is at their origin. Sooner or later, even our search in the spiritual traditions, books, YouTube clips, teachers, teachings, and so on, must come to an end. Sooner or later we must have the courage and the clarity to face that raw existential objectless longing without any impulse to move away from it. What I am implying is that no spiritual teachings are really spiritual. Of course, spiritual teachings are entirely valid and appropriate in the earlier stages of our exploration. But I trust that everyone here and everyone attending from home is sufficiently mature to understand the context in which I say this. Forget all your teachers and teachings, including this one. Do not give your longing anything to feed on. Stop traveling around the world, either physically or online, trying to quench this unbearable existential longing. Rather, allow it to subside into the heart of being. If you find yourself lost in thinking, just ask yourself the question, where are you going and why? And the answer will nearly always be, I am venturing into the past or future in order to escape the discomfort of this longing. Don't touch the thoughts, just see what happens to your mind when it is faced with this understanding. Have the courage and the clarity to see that what we truly long for lives at the source of our longing, never at its destiny. The mind never finds understanding. It dissolves in it. Even my words which once seemed to point towards love and understanding are now felt as a distraction from it. In other words, the more I say, the less I really say. The less I say, the more I really say. As we turn our attention towards the content of our experience, To see that there is no aspect of our experience that is not completely saturated in being. Allow yourself to think freely. Say to yourself, I am thinking. And see that there is no part of thinking that is not pervaded by the I am, that is not saturated in being. If there are any emotions present, feel them fully. Say to yourself, I am feeling. And see that the feeling, irrespective of its content, is pervaded by the I am, suffused with being. Allow the experience of the body to come to your attention. Say to yourself, I am sensing. See that no part of sensing is not immersed in being. And when the experience of the world reappears, say to yourself, I am seeing, I am hearing, I am tasting, I am touching. Do not allow the experience of the world to eclipse the experience I am, the awareness of being. Do not allow the awareness of things to obscure the awareness of being. See that being is that in which all things exist, that in which all things move and live and have their existence. And then take one last step. See that things, be those things thoughts, feelings, the body or the world, are not pervaded by or saturated with. All there is to the existence of a thing is its being. There is only being, only infinite being, only God's being. Thank you. Our essential nature of simply being aware, or awareness itself, is without limits and as such said to be infinite. It is ever present and thus said to be eternal. It is inherently imperturbable, and thus its nature is said to be peace. It knows no sense of lack, and thus it is referred to as happiness. And it knows nothing other than itself. There are no others in its experience, and hence its nature is said to be love. In order to appear as each of us, as apparent individuals, this unlimited, ever-present, inherently peaceful, unconditionally fulfilled and loving presence of awareness must contract or limit itself, or localize itself. And the price it pays for this contraction of infinite awareness into a finite mind is the loss of its innate peace and happiness. This overlooking or forgetting of its essential nature is, in the Vedantic tradition, referred to as ignorance. But ignorance in this sense is not a pejorative term. That means it has no negative connotation. It doesn't mean stupidity, as it does in common parlance. It means rather simply the ignoring, overlooking, forgetting of our essential nature and its inherent qualities of peace and quiet joy. In the Christian tradition, it's referred to as original sin. Thus, at the heart of the separate self, there lives a knot, a contraction, a wound. That is the loss of our innocence, the loss of our innate joy, the lack of love. And it is to escape from this wound in the heart that motivates most people's lives in one way or another. In the conventional realms of experience, we attempt to alleviate this wound in the heart through the acquisition of objects, substances, activities, relationships, and so on. For a while we notice that the acquisition of any of these, the acquisition or experience of any of these, does indeed provide or seem to provide the happiness for which we long. In fact, it is not the object, substance, and so on that provides the happiness. It's just the acquisition of the object that brings the seeking and resistance that is the core of the separate self briefly to an end. And as a result, our innate happiness shines. But sooner or later, the object, substance, activity, or relationship wears off. And because the wound in the heart has not really been uprooted or dissolved, it comes back again. And we again go towards the object, substance, activity, and so on, in search of relief from it. However, sooner or later, the capacity of our objective experience to bring this, to appease or dissolve this wound in the heart, diminishes. And at some point, there is an intuition or an understanding that nothing in the objective realm of our experience can bring this knot in the heart, can dissolve this knot of sorrow in the heart. And as a result, we turn to religious or spiritual traditions. And in these traditions we are offered another range of objective experiences, a little more subtle than the ones we find in conventional life. Mantras, practices, pathways, teachers, teachings, meditations, and so on. And again, for a while, these have the power to alleviate this core dissatisfaction in our hearts. And just as we previously mistook the conventional objects, substances, activities, and relationships as the source of our happiness, so we now mistake the subtle objects and activities and relationships in the spiritual tradition as the source of happiness. We get attached to practices, methods, pathways, teachers, teachings, and so on. But sooner or later, the capacity of these to dissolve the knot in the heart diminishes. And we find ourselves left with the same dissatisfaction. Only this time, there is nowhere left for us to turn. We have exhausted all the possibilities, both in conventional life and in spiritual and religious life. There is nowhere else to turn. Henri David Thoreau said most people lead lives of quiet desperation. This is what he was referring to. This wound in the heart from which we are in flight. In time we become more and more sensitive to the activities that we engage in, whose purpose is to avoid the discomfort of this knot in the heart. Even the spiritual practices, the books, the videos, even our impulse towards these, in the end, we begin to notice that we often engage in them as a means of preventing ourselves from having to fully face and feel this core tension in the heart. The books, the videos, the practices and so on that once were genuinely a part of our spiritual evolution or maturity are now part of our avoidance of ever having to fully feel this wound. In other words, they are appropriated by the ego or separate self and become part of its repertoire of avoidance. Not many people can afford to fully face and feel this core wound in the heart. In time we notice that even our thinking, when none of the other avenues of avoidance are available to us, such as when we're sitting in silence here together, we become very sensitive. We may notice that even our thinking, which seems to be so innocuous, distracts our attention away from the core feeling of dissatisfaction that underlies it. It's very easy to test this in our experience. We just try to stop thinking. And after a matter of seconds, we will begin to feel a tension building in us, compelling us to think again, to venture into the past or future. Even our marvelous spiritual practices, whilst legitimate in the early stages of this exploration, can become subtle means of avoidance, subtle means of preventing us from ever having to fully face and feel this wound in the heart. This wound in the heart is like a fist that has been clenched for so long that we no longer even realize that it is clenched, contracted, in a state of tension. The state of tension has been our norm for so long that it feels neutral. Why does it feel neutral? Because we never stay with it for long enough to really taste or feel what it is made of. We are so busy distracting ourselves from the discomfort of it. This tension in the heart can never be fulfilled. It can only be dissolved. And in order to initiate the dissolving or unwinding process, we must turn towards it. And this requires clarity, courage, and love. Clarity to see it clearly in the first place, to cease turning away from it through all the conventional and spiritual means of avoidance. To see it clearly, then to have the courage not to turn away from the discomfort of it, to stay with it, and finally love, that is, embrace it rather than avoid it. Visualize and feel that this knot of tension in the heart is suspended, immersed in the vast, luminous, loving presence of awareness. Visualize and feel that with each inhale you are breathing this transparent, luminous, loving substance into the knot or the tension. We are not breathing air, we are breathing this loving, luminous substance in which this knot is suspended. And with each inhale, this luminosity and love penetrates more and more deeply into this knot. Feel that this core impulse of seeking and resisting is the most precious thing you have. And with each inhale we feel that we are bathing it in love. And with each exhale feel that the empty, luminous, loving substance of the breath carries or disperses this impulse of seeking and resisting out into the space all around, softening it, expanding it, turning it into itself, dissolving or expanding of the knot in the heart into the empty, luminous, loving space of awareness may seem to begin with to be a practice that we do in the same way that one who has been accustomed to clenching their fist for a long time will seem to have to make an effort to open it. In fact, the effort they make is really the cessation of the effort that they were previously making to close their fist, but of which they were unaware. Likewise, this very subtle effort we seem to make to expand the knot in the heart into the loving space of awareness seems to be a new effort, but in fact it is simply the relaxing of the previous effort to close the heart, of which we were previously unaware. The heart is simply returning to its natural condition of openness, absence of resistance, absence of seeking. Throughout our lives, innumerable events have occurred which have caused us to close the heart over and over again. We are simply reversing that process, returning the heart to its natural condition: openness, love, sensitivity, availability. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and hello, everyone at home. What we do here in the mornings is not really what is conventionally referred to as meditation. Meditation normally implies the focusing, controlling, or ceasing of the mind's activity. What we do here in the mornings is simply to be knowingly the presence of awareness with which all experience is known, or to which all experience appears. This does not require any effort on our part. It is simply a matter of recognizing ourselves as we essentially are. The presence of awareness that we essentially are is not implicated in any way by the content of experience. And for this reason we have no agenda with that content. We just leave it alone, and it leaves us alone. As Ramana Maharshi said, that lazy state of simply being and shining is the highest state, just as the sun is and shines. So we are and we know. I am and I know. That is the being that I essentially am. Shines with the light of pure knowing, illuminating all experience without being implicated by it. We do not become this luminous presence of awareness through any effort or discipline, recognize it or forget it, or recognize it or overlook it. But never for an instant do we cease being that. We are that, either knowingly or unknowingly. Meditation is just to be that. See that the foreground of experience is always in motion. The background of awareness always at peace. We overlook ourselves, or we remember ourselves as the presence of awareness. I don't mean to imply that we are one thing, and the presence of awareness is something other that we overlook or remember. We are essentially awareness. It is we, awareness, who either are and know ourselves as we essentially are, or we lose ourselves in the content of experience, and as a result allow ourselves to be qualified by it. We, awareness, assume the qualities of experience. We share its agitation, its sorrow, its lack, its limitation. And then it is we, awareness, who extricate ourselves from the content of experience and come back to ourself. Although, of course, we never in fact, really ever left ourself. John Smith, who loses himself in the part of King Lear and then comes back to himself without ever having ceased being himself in the first place. Or abandon the idea of, or abandon the analogy of awareness, witnessing or knowing the content of experience from a distance, like the sun illuminating the earth from a distance. The only reason we take this analogy to begin with is to establish the freedom and independence of awareness. Once we have seen clearly in our own experience the free and independent nature of the awareness that we essentially are, we begin to collapse the apparent distance between awareness and experience. Awareness doesn't witness or know experience from a distance. It knows it from within experience. In the same way that John Smith witnesses King Lear's experience from the inside of King Lear. Although John Smith is, of course, infinitely larger than King Lear, he witnesses King Lear's experience from the inside. He illuminates King Lear's mind from inside King Lear's mind. He is the knowing element in King Lear's mind. Likewise, although awareness extends way beyond the limitations of each of our finite minds, it illuminates our minds from within. It is the knowing element in each of our minds, but free of their content. Understanding and feeling yourself as the knower of the known, or the witness of the witnessed. Understand and feel yourself as the knowing element that intimately pervades all experience, but is not itself limited to or qualified by any particular experience. Who is King Lear? He is simply John Smith, temporarily qualified by certain thoughts, feelings, actions, and relationships. Who is the separate self or the person that we seem to be? Infinite awareness, temporarily qualified by certain thoughts, feelings, actions, and relationships. We are free to be the person or the self. And by the self, of course, I mean the self, the true and only self of infinite awareness. And just as the light in this room illuminates the objects in this room from within this room, but is not contained in or generated by this room, but extends way beyond it. So, the light of pure knowing, which is the nature of awareness, illuminates the mind from within each of our minds, but is not contained within or generated by them. It extends way beyond them. Mixing my metaphors. Remember, it is not possible to define consciousness or awareness. It is only possible to evoke its presence in our experience rather than description. Be like the sunlight, bathing every object that it encounters with its light and its warmth, but remaining unaffected by it. Be the light of pure knowing that bathes every experience with its luminosity and its love, but remains unaffected. Feel that you, awareness, are like a vast space, both knows and contains everything that is possible to be known or perceived, just as it is on account of the emptiness of physical space that there is room for physical objects within it. So it is on account of the transparency or emptiness of our self-awareness that there is room for experience within us. As Plotinus said, it is because there is nothing in the One that all things are from it. Luminous like the sun, empty like space, and loving like a mother who watches her children with disinterested but affectionate attention. Still like the ocean, like the depths of the ocean upon whose surface the waves of experience play without affecting it. So I'd like to suggest an experiment this week an experiment that we can do both in our formal meetings and in our gatherings and activities in between meetings. And that is to experiment experientially between two possibilities. One, that we are the bundle of thoughts, feelings, sensations, actions, and relationships that constitutes the person. We've all been experimenting with that possibility for a number of decades, so that won't require too much practice. And two, that we are this luminous, empty, loving, silent presence of awareness that pervades intimately all experience, but is inherently free or independent of it. And see what the experiential result of this experiment is, and just choose whichever possibility you prefer. And make that your identity. The first part of the experiment doesn't require much explanation. It's the experiment that we've all been doing most of our lives, namely believing and feeling ourselves to be the bundle of thoughts, feelings, sensations, activities and relationships that constitutes ourself as a person. Okay, let's remain silent when we're in this room up until lunchtime. Thank you. Understand and feel your self-awareness as the knowing or illuminating aspect in all experience. The light of the sun illuminates the earth, rendering it visible. So we, awareness, the light of pure knowing, illuminate all experience, rendering it knowable, just as without the light of the sun, no objects would be discernible. So without the light of pure knowing, no experience would be possible. We, awareness, illuminate all experience, but we are not ourself an experience. Having said that, all that is ever experienced is awareness or consciousness itself. Just as we do not really see objects themselves, we see the light that is reflected off them. So we do not really know experience itself. We know only the knowing of experience, the consciousness of experience. So we, awareness, can never be known as an experience. At the same time, awareness or consciousness is all that is ever known. Understand and feel that we, awareness, are not just the illuminating or knowing factor in all experience, but we are the medium within which all experience, if we want an analogy to help evoke the experience of awareness as the medium within which all experience arises, we could take the analogy of physical three-dimensional space in which all objects are contained. Awareness is, of course, not a three-dimensional space. It has no dimensions, and it is not a knowing, an aware space. It is a knowing presence. But it is not possible to visualize or imagine a dimensionless, aware presence. So in order to evoke this experience, we temporarily borrow the image of space. Not a physical space, but an aware space. And I do not mean to imply that everything we experience is contained within our own limited mind. Just as physical space fills this room and pervades this room, but extends way beyond its limits. The light of pure knowing, awareness, fills the mind, pervades every aspect of each of our finite minds, but extends way beyond their limits. I want to try to make clear experientially the relationship between each of our finite minds and infinite consciousness. If a finite mind could be likened to the space in this room, then infinite consciousness would be all the rest of the space of the universe outside this room. Of course, they are not really two separate spaces. There is just the one physical space of the universe. And this room is an apparent and a temporary limitation of that space. I say apparent because the space in this room is not really any different from the space outside this room. It is not really limited. It only appears to be so. Likewise, the awareness that fills each of our minds, in other words, our finite mind and infinite awareness are really the same awareness. There is only one awareness or one consciousness. And each of our minds is an apparent and temporary limitation of that one infinite. I say apparent because the awareness that is the nature of each of our minds is not itself limited by the content of our mind. It is the same awareness as is the universal or infinite awareness. Each of our minds are just an apparent and temporary limitation of the one infinite reality, infinite awareness. And just as some objects and people appear in this room, and other people and objects appear outside this room, but they all ultimately appear in the same space. So, some experiences, thoughts and feelings are contained inside each of our finite minds. And some experiences, namely the world, exists outside each of our finite minds, but still within universal awareness. And just as the objects and people in this room cannot be seen by anybody outside this room, so the content of our minds, that is our thoughts and feelings, cannot be seen by anyone outside our mind, in other words, by anyone other than ourselves. But just because the people and objects in this room cannot be seen by anyone outside this room, does not mean that they do not appear in the same universal space in which everything appears. Likewise, just because our thoughts and feelings cannot be seen or known by anyone other than ourselves, does not mean that they do not appear in the same infinite awareness in which all thoughts and feelings, and indeed everything, appears. In other words, some experiences are private, thoughts and feelings. Some experiences are shared, but in both cases they appear in the same infinite awareness. Let's explore this in more detail. Take a thought. It doesn't matter what the content of the thought is. It is obvious that our thoughts appear in our mind. It is also obvious that our thoughts appear in awareness. To be more specific, it's obvious that our thoughts appear in our finite mind. It's also obvious that our thoughts appear in infinite awareness. It's like saying that the objects and people in this room appear in the space of this room. They also appear in the space of the universe. Both statements are true, because the space of this room is the space of the limited space of this room is the unlimited space of the universe, albeit apparently limited. The knowing or the aware space of each of our minds is the aware space of infinite awareness, albeit apparently limited. Take our emotions or feelings. Each of our feelings obviously appears within the privacy of our own finite mind. The same feeling obviously appears in infinite awareness. Both statements are true, because ultimately the space of our mind, the knowing space of each of our minds, and the knowing space of infinite awareness are the same space. Just because our thoughts and emotions cannot be seen by any mind other than our own, does not imply that they do not appear ultimately in infinite awareness. Just as the fact that the objects and people in this room, which cannot be seen by anybody outside this room, does not imply that the objects and people in this room do not appear in the unlimited space of the universe. Now, what about the experience of the body? If thoughts and feelings could be likened to the objects and people in this room, then our bodies could be likened to the four walls of this room. The walls of this room are one thing, just the building. But it can be experienced either from the inside or from the outside. When we view this room from the inside, we see the interior aspect of it. When we perceive it from the outside, we perceive the same building, but from the outside. And the two different views, the view of the building from the inside and the view of the building from the outside, although two different views, they're two different views of the same building, the intrinsic and extrinsic appearance of the same thing. Now, translate this into our experience of the body. From the inside, we experience the body as sensations. Check that this is true in your experience now. Our eyes are closed, we're not perceiving the body from the outside, we're just feeling it from the inside. Imagine you're a newborn infant, you've not yet opened your eyes, you have no prior knowledge, memory or image of the body, but you are still sensing the body, you're still feeling the body, although you have no idea that this experience of sensation is a body. You have no idea that you have a body or that you are a body. But you are experiencing sensations from the inside. This is the intrinsic experience of the body. And that intrinsic experience of the body, which is pure sensation, is completely unlike the appearance of the body from the outside. Just as the interior walls of this building are completely different from the view of this building from the outside, although they are two different views of the same thing. So experience your body from the inside. You're a newborn infant. You haven't yet opened your eyes. You know nothing of the outside world. In other words, you have no experience of perceiving a body, yours or anyone else's, from the outside. You only have your own internal experience of the body, which is pure sensation, not sensations of a body. You know nothing of a body, just raw, tingling, amorphous sensation. See that if we stay only with the actual experience of the sensation itself has no size or shape or contour or age or gender or color or nationality or density. It's raw, amorphous, tingling, vibration or sensation. And the sensation appears inside each of our minds. We experience the sensation from the inside. It's private, like our thoughts and feelings. Nobody can experience the sensation that we are having. Just like nobody outside this room can see the inner surfaces of the walls of this room. The walls are unique, private to those within the room. Having said that, we cannot say that the walls of this room appear in the space of this room. The walls of this building appear in the vast universal space, the vast physical space of the universe. The walls of this room are just the interior view. In other words, the body is like a a transitional phase between the objects in the room and the objects outside the room. One view from the inside and one view from the outside. Two different views of the same thing. Likewise, our body is it's not just like thoughts and feelings. It's not just experienced inside each of our minds, because our bodies are also perceived by other people outside each of our minds. In other words, there is an interior experience of the body and an exterior perception of it. It's the same thing. We do not have two different bodies, one that we experience from the inside and another that is perceived from the outside. The body is one thing. It is experienced on the inside by our own mind as sensations, and it is experienced on the outside by other people's minds as perceptions. Or just as the inner face of the walls of this room are not something different or separate from the outer face of the walls, they are just two different aspects of the same building. So the sensations that we experience on the inside and the perceptions, that is the sensations of the body that we feel on the inside, and other people's perception of the body from the outside, are not two different things. They are two different aspects of the same thing, experienced as sensation from the inside, as perception from the outside. The intrinsic and extrinsic appearance of the same thing. Now, if we were to ask the physical space in this room, are you contained inside the four walls of this room or outside the four walls of this room? The space in this room would reply, I am contained inside the four walls, inside the building. If we were to ask the space of the universe, the unlimited space of the universe, is this building contained inside you or outside you? The space of the universe would reply, this building is contained inside me. So from the space inside this room, the space seems to be contained within the building. From the point of view of the space outside this building, the building is contained in that space. But they are the same space. Likewise, from the point of view of each of our finite minds, our finite mind seems to be contained within the body. But from the point of view of infinite consciousness, the body is contained within it. But the space of each of our minds and the space of the universal consciousness are the same space. It's just two different views of the same thing. From the point of view of a finite mind, the mind seems to be inside the body. From the point of view of infinite consciousness, the body is inside itself, inside consciousness. And these two different views of the body give us two different experiences. Sensation on the inside, perception on the outside. It's what William Blake expressed so beautifully when he said, the body is that portion of the soul that is discernible by the five senses. By the soul, he means. So from the inside, that is from the point of view of the mind, the body is experienced as sensation. When that bundle of sensation is viewed from the outside, it appears as a physical body. Nobody can experience the sensations that we are having as sensations and feelings. Because the body is not just sensations, it's sensations and feelings. But when I look at the bundle of sensations and feelings that each of you experience as your body from the inside. I perceive what seems to be a physical body. Your body is that portion of your mind, namely your feelings and sensations, that are discernible to my sense perceptions. What is experienced from the inside as mind, that is, feelings and sensations, appears from the outside as matter, that is, a body. Again, what William Blake meant when he said every bird that cuts the airy way is an immense world of delight enclosed by our five senses. Every bird that flies in the sky, the bird that seems to be a body, an object, when we perceive it from the outside, is really what he calls an immense world of delight, viewed through the narrow slit of our senses, enclosed by our senses. Our senses enclose this immense world of delight that is the true nature of the bird. It's his way of referring to infinite consciousness. Our sense perceptions enclose this immense world of delight, enclose feeling and sensing, and reduce it, make it appear as a limited body. When you experience your feelings and sensations from the inside, is there any limit there? Can you find an edge to your sensations? Or do your sensations expand infinitely into the space of awareness in which they appear? That is why we don't like it when people treat us as an object, either physically or mentally. Because we feel that when someone treats us like an object, it is a violation of what we really are, a denial of what we really are. We feel reduced, enclosed within the narrow confines of sense perception, whereas really from the inside we feel that we are infinite. Consider this. When we see other people's body in this room, or when we're walking in nature with friends, their body is not separate from nature. The body appears to us in exactly the same way as nature appears to us. If our body is the external appearance of an internal process of feeling and sensing, then could it be that the world is the external appearance of an inner activity, just as our bodies appear as the external appearance of our private internal experience of feeling and sensing. To consider the possibility that the world, the universe, is the external appearance, not of a private experience of feeling and sensing, but the universal. The world is the appearance of the universal activity of consciousness. What would be this? What is the appearance? What is the world an appearance of? What appears to us as a physical world is the appearance of an activity in consciousness, to use religious language. The world is the appearance of the Logos, or the Word of God, the activity of God's mind. if you don't like religious language, the activity of the universal consciousness. That activity appears from the perspective of each of our finite minds. Our finite minds enclose that activity of infinite consciousness. We clothe the Logos, the Word of God, in sense perception, rendering it a physical world. It's not really a physical world. The physical world is just a physical world made out of matter. It's just how the Logos, the Word of God, the activity of infinite consciousness appears from our limited and localized perspectives. This life's dim windows of the soul distort the heavens from pole to pole, leading us to believe a lie. It leads us to believe a lie when we see with, not through the eye. It's William Blake. This life's dim windows of the soul, that is our eyes, which dumb down reality, making it appear as matter. This life's dim windows of the soul. The dim windows, the foggy windows through which our minds perceive reality, making reality, reducing reality from the Logos, the Word of God, the activity of infinite consciousness, to a physical world. John Milton, the English poet, said the same thing, referring to nature in religious language. These are thy glorious works, Almighty, parent of good. Thine this universal frame, thus wondrous fair, thyself how wondrous then. Unspeakable, who sittest above these heavens, to us invisible, or dimly seen in these thy lowest works, yet these declare thy goodness beyond thought and power divine. Our faculties of sense perception dim the bright light, the immense world of delight, the Logos. We dim it, we reduce it, we bring it within the compass of a finite mind. We clothe God's infinite being, the activity of infinite consciousness, in name and form. Perception clothes reality in forms. Conception or thought clothes reality in names. So each of our minds, composed of thinking and perceiving, clothes the one infinite reality in name and form, reducing reality to something that is containable within each of our minds. Our senses enclose reality in name and form. And every time we experience beauty, the name and form in which our minds have clothed reality dissolves, at least to an extent. And we see through the name and form to its reality. We touch, as it were, its reality. That is the experience of beauty. Of course, our mind then interprets this experience in a way that is consistent with its own limitations, and imagines that the object is beautiful. In reality, there are no objects. Objects are just how the activity of the one infinite reality appears to each of our finite minds. The experience of Beauty is the collapse of the subject-object relationship. It is never the object that is beautiful. The object vanishes in the experience of beauty, just as the other person vanishes. Trying to evoke in us the same recognition, the poet Shelley said this: the one remains, the many change and pass. Heaven's light forever shines, earth's shadows fly. Like a dome of many-colored glass stains the white radiance of eternity, until death tramples it. Die, if thou wouldst be with that which thou dost seek. As the space in this room looks out through the many-colored glass of the windows, the glass stains the white light of the sun, the white radiance of eternity, with its own limitations. When we look out at reality through the many-colored glass, that is through our dim faculties of sense perception, we stain the white radiance of eternity with the limitations of sense perception. We make the infinite appear as finite. Ever since this space, the space of this room, seemed to be contained within its four walls, there is, so to speak, an impulse in it to be divested of its limitations and to return to its natural, infinite or unlimited condition. All that is necessary is for it to die to its own limitations. Die, if thou wouldst be with that which thou dost seek. It's the same with us. As soon as the infinite space of awareness, God's infinite being, seemed to be enclosed within the four walls of our body, there is this impulse in us to be reunited, to be divested of our limitations and returned to our source, our origin. Every time we seek an object or a person, we do not really want that object or a person. We simply want to be expanded beyond our limitations. Every desire we have is a refraction of the great desire to be returned, to be revealed. But only one thing is necessary in order for us to be with that which each of us seeks. Die, if thou wouldst be with that. It means die to our limitations. We do not allow the limitations of experience to color or qualify our being, which is really God's being. Let's remain silent in this room till lunchtime. Good morning, and welcome everyone from home. When we first hear of enlightenment, awakening, self-realization, we tend to think of it as an extraordinary experience that we as a person become or acquire. And to this end, we embark on a great search. The great search often takes us literally around the world, if not physically, at least intellectually, exploring all the pathways and practices that are elaborated in the various religious and spiritual traditions. And whilst this is a legitimate and often necessary first step, it is ultimately based on a misunderstanding. It is like King Lear believing that he must travel around the world, read books, watch YouTube clips, visit teachers, make great efforts, practice various disciplines in order that he might one day become John Smith. If we were being very absolute, we would argue that anything King Lear does to try to become John Smith simply perpetuates and substantiates his belief in himself as King Lear. If we were feeling more charitable, we would acknowledge that in the early stages at least, it was valid for King Lear to set out on this search for understanding, for special experiences and so on, in order that he might one day become John Smith. But either way, whether we undermine the great search from the very beginning, or whether the great search gradually winds down over a period of time through understanding, sooner or later it must come to an end. And that is really where we begin in this approach. So I'd like to explore, not intellectually but experientially, this relationship between our true self, infinite, self-aware being, and the separate self or ego, the person that we seem to be. And in particular the pathway, the apparent pathway from the former to the latter. No, from the latter to the former, from the separate self to our true self. Our true self is that which shines in us as I am. The apparently separate self or ego is that which we experience as I am this or I am that. In both cases, the same I am is present. In the first case, unqualified, the pure I am. In the second case, that same pure I am is colored or qualified by experience, by thoughts, feelings, sensations, activities, and relationships. But in both cases, the I am is the same. I am unqualified. I am qualified. I am unlimited. I am limited. The separate self that embarks on a great search in the world, either physically or intellectually, is like King Lear that embarks on a great journey in search of John Smith, or like a character in a movie traveling the world in search of the screen. There is no difference or distinction between the I am that shines unqualified as our true nature and the I am that shines qualified as the separate self. And therefore there is no pathway from one to the other, just as there is no pathway from King Lear to John Smith, or from the character in the movie to the screen. It is this understanding that brings the great search to an end. Doing subsides in being. This understanding is usually considered too radical in the early stages of our exploration, and therefore as a concession to the separate self that we seem to be, the religious and spiritual traditions have elaborated numerous pathways and practices. But sooner or later, all of these culminate in this understanding. Any practice we undertake ultimately perpetuates the belief that we are something other than the true self of infinite aware being. In other words, in the ultimate analysis, there are no spiritual practices, no practices that are truly spiritual. Being is not a practice that we do. It is what we are. It does not need to be practiced or maintained, although it can be overlooked and remembered. From the point of view of King Lear, there is an origin, suffering. There is a path, spiritual practice, and there is a goal, enlightenment or happiness. From the point of view of John Smith, the origin is being John Smith. The path is being John Smith. The goal is being John Smith. So for us, the origin is simply being. The path is simply being. And the goal is simply being. The knowledge I am is like a beacon in the mind that indicates the reality that lies behind the mind and in which the mind is contained, and ultimately out of which it is made. It is as such the intersection between the apparently separate self and the true and only self of infinite aware being. Words, the knowledge I am. The knowledge I am is shared by both John Smith and King Lear. It is the same experience for both of them. Some of you will be familiar with William Turner's watercolor paintings, in which he sometimes depicts a tempestuous, stormy scene at sea. And in the background, the sun is shining. And as you survey the painting, your eye is drawn to the sun. And when you go up closely to look at it, you realize that the sun is the only part of the painting that hasn't been painted. It is just the white paper. It seems to be in the painting, but it is not in the painting. The I am is like that. It is like the empty beacon that seems to shine in the mind. But if we go up closely to the experience, we leave the mind, that is, we lose our limitations and stand revealed as the infinite being, the white paper, of which all experience is simply a colouring, a watercolour wash. This sinking into being, or abiding in the self, is referred to as samadhi in the Vedantic tradition, nirvana in the Buddhist tradition, self-remembering in the Gurdjieff-Ouspensky tradition, and in the religious traditions it is referred to as surrender to God. In mystical Christianity, the practice of the presence of God. If you find through force of habit that your mind is leaving its home in being and venturing out into experience, just remind it that that for which it truly longs cannot be found there. A character in a movie who embarks on a great journey into the world will never find the screen there. Don't discipline the mind, just allow this understanding to bring the mind back to its home in. As we sink more and more deeply into being, our being loses the limitations, the qualities that it borrows from the content of experience, and stands revealed as infinite being, God's being, just as an image slowly fading on a screen is revealed as the colourless screen. And as we sink more and more deeply into being, we not only recognize unqualified, unlimited being as our own essential nature, but we intuit and feel that that same being is that of which everyone and everything is simply a temporary name and form, just as the character in a movie first recognizes the transparent screen as their own essential nature, and in time recognizes the screen as the essential nature of everything they encounter in their world. When they set out on their journey again around the world, this time the objects and people they encounter lose their veiling power. They shine with the screen, as the screen. Likewise, as we discover this unqualified, unlimited being as our own essential nature, we increasingly intuit and feel it as the essential nature of the world. And as we move around in the world, those objects and people that once seemed to veil or obscure being, conceal being, now shine with it. What was once a concealing power is now a revealing power. This is why the word Maya in the Vedantic tradition can be interpreted in two ways, either as illusion or as a creative display. As long as the world veils its reality, it is considered an illusion. But as soon as it is recognized as soon as the world is recognized to shine with and as its reality, it is no longer an illusion, but a creative display of that reality. Instead of seeing the world like an oil painting that covers the canvas, Experience it like a watercolor painting. So many layers of translucent washes of paint, coloring the paper, making it appear as a landscape, but never obscuring it. On the contrary, shining with the whiteness of the paper. As Shelley might have said, the world, like a dome of many-coloured glass, colours the white radiance of eternity. See only the white radiance of eternity, shining in and as everything. Be only being. Know only being. Love only being. Let's remain silent till we're in the dining room. Thank you. Good morning. And welcome everyone from home. Understand and feel yourself as the luminous, open, loving presence of awareness. Luminous because we, awareness, are the illuminating, knowing or witnessing element in all experience. Open because, like empty space, we allow everything to arise, exist, and vanish in ourself without resistance, indiscriminately open to the entire content of experience. And loving because, like the screen and the movie, we are utterly, intimately one with everyone and everything, admitting no distinction or separation between ourself and anyone or anything. I emphasize particularly the open, space-like quality of awareness, of yourself. Feel that you are the aware openness within which everything appears, in which it exists, and into which it vanishes when it disappears. See that this aware openness is inherently empty. That is, empty of objects or content. And it is on account of its emptiness that there is room for experience within it. Because this empty, aware openness has no name or form of its own. All names and forms are possible within it. As Plotinus said, because there is nothing with the one, all things are from it. Feel yourself as this open, empty, spacious luminosity. Experience your thoughts flowing through the space of awareness like so many birds flying through the sky. Don't be interested in the content of your thoughts, and don't follow them towards their destiny. Just let them flow through you. Remain as you are. Ask yourself the question, where do my thoughts originate? Don't explore this rationally or philosophically. We are continually experiencing the arising or the beginning of a thought. Observe the beginning of each thought and ask yourself, where does it come from? For instance, are our thoughts placed into awareness from the outside? See if you can even find a place in your experience outside awareness from which a thought might emerge. See that if we travel with our attention through the field of awareness, we never encounter its edge, its border, its boundary. That is, we, awareness, assuming the form of attention, never find the edge of ourself. In our own experience of ourself, we, awareness, are unbounded, non-local. Now ask yourself the question, if my thoughts arise in awareness, exist in awareness, and vanish back into awareness when they disappear, what are they made of? Don't work this out rationally or philosophically. We are experiencing thoughts, and therefore we must be experiencing the stuff they are made of. Touch your thoughts, so to speak. Touch the stuff they are made of. See in this way that we never really encounter an object or a thing called a thought. Trying to touch our thoughts is like being in a 3D IMAX cinema, reaching out our hand, trying to touch the fishes that are swimming in the ocean all around us. All we find is empty space. We try to touch the thought. We come out empty-handed. There is no actual thing there. There is a process of thinking, but not an object called a thought. And then if we try to touch the experience of thinking, we come out empty-handed again. The only substance present in thinking is knowing. And we are the field of knowing, out of which the so-called thought emerges. It is the field of knowing that colors itself in the form of thinking, that modulates itself in the form of thinking without ever ceasing to be itself, never becoming something other than itself, such as a thought. So a thought is not really like a bird in the sky. That's just a useful analogy at the early stages of our investigation into the nature of experience. A thought is more like a wave on the ocean of awareness, the ocean of pure knowing, a temporary name and form of that which eternally is. But see that the thought, the so-called thought, never assumes an identity of its own. It borrows its identity, its reality, from that which truly is, the ocean of awareness, the light of pure knowing, modulating itself in the form of thinking, which we will later conceptualize as a thought, but without ever ceasing to be itself. Understand in this way, understand and feel in this way that your thoughts have no power over you, any more than a wave has power over the ocean, just as the ocean can assume the form of the most tempestuous waves and yet remains unaffected by them. So we, awareness, can assume the activity of the darkest, most agitated thoughts, and yet at the same time remain completely unaffected by them. They have no power over us unless we grant them that power, in which case they will assume it. As soon as we withdraw that power from our thoughts, the power to affect us, they lose their disturbing capacity. They leave us in peace. Allow your emotions, if there are any emotions present, to come to your attention. Ask yourself the question, do these emotions, or does this emotion arise within the field of awareness, or does it originate outside awareness and subsequently placed into it? See that all emotions that arise within awareness, exist in awareness and vanish back into it when they disappear. Reach out an imaginary hand, touch the stuff that any emotion or feeling is made of. If we are experiencing an emotion, we must be experiencing its reality, the stuff it is made of. For exactly the same reason that if we are watching a movie, we must be seeing the screen. Can you find a discrete, independently existing object called an emotion? Or is it rather a process of feeling? And when you touch the stuff feeling is made of, do you find anything other than the knowing of it? See that our feelings are not really like clouds passing through the sky. They are more like currents in the ocean, made only of water. See that a feeling is made only of knowing. It is transparent. It is empty. And understand in this way that just as a current has no power over the ocean, so an emotion or feeling has no power over ourselves unless we confer that power upon it, in which case it will assume it. But as soon as we withdraw permission for the emotion to affect us, it just goes back to the ocean, a current in the ocean of awareness, the temporary name and form of that which eternally is. Allow the experience of the body to come to your attention. See that with our eyes closed and without reference to thought or memory, our only experience of the body is the current sensation or flow of sensations. Ask yourself the question, is this flow of sensations appearing in awareness or outside awareness? Is awareness appearing inside the sensation, or does the sensation appear inside awareness? Gently rub your hands or fingers together. Generate a new sensation. Ask yourself, where did that sensation come from? Did it arise from within awareness, or was it placed in from the outside? And while the sensation, keep rubbing your fingers together, while the sensation is present, is it existing in awareness or outside awareness? And now stop rubbing your fingers together and ask yourself the question, as the sensation dissipates, where does it go? The sensation arose, existed, and vanished. From what did it arise? In what did it exist, and into what did it vanish? Now reach out an imaginary hand made of pure knowing, pure sensitivity. Touch the sensation. If we are experiencing the sensation, we must be experiencing its reality, the stuff it is made of. When you reach out this imaginary hand made of pure knowing and touch the sensation, what do you find? Do you find a discrete, solid, well-defined, independently existing object? Or do you just find the process of sensing? See that the body is not an object appearing in consciousness. It is a process appearing in consciousness. It is not a noun, it is a verb. It is not a sensation. It's the experience of sensing. The idea of an object, a body appearing in awareness is an abstraction. It's like crediting a current in the ocean with an existence of its own. But there is no such thing as a current in the ocean. We cannot take a current out of the ocean and say, look, here is the current, independent of the ocean, with its own reality, its own existence. The current borrows its existence from that which truly is the ocean. Likewise, we cannot pluck the experience of sensing out of the ocean of awareness and say, look, here is a body. If we stay close to the evidence of experience, not the evidence, the apparent evidence of our sense perceptions. Remember, our sense perceptions are the dim windows of the soul that distort the heavens from pole to pole. That is, distort reality, making it appear in a way that is consistent with their own limitations. If we stay close to the actual experience of the so-called body, it is just the experience of sensing in the ocean of knowing. Ask yourself the question, does the experience of sensing have a clearly defined border? Does it have a shape? Just like trying to find the shape of a current in the ocean. How old is the current sensation in your actual experience? Don't refer to thoughts. Refer to the experience of sensing. Does the experience of sensing have a gender? Does the experience of sensing have a weight? Allow the experience of thinking to come to your attention again. Ask yourself the question, does the experience of thinking weigh anything? Now go back to the experience of sensing. Ask yourself the question, does the experience of sensing weigh anything? Reach out an imaginary hand made of pure knowing, pure sensitivity. Touch the stuff that sensing is made of. What do you find? Is there anything there other than the knowing of it? It's like reaching out a hand, a physical hand, to touch a current and finding only water. If you are in pain or feeling unwell, the current may have a certain intensity to it, but still it has no power over the ocean. However pleasant, neutral, or unpleasant the sensation may be, it is a temporary name and form of that which eternally is, the ocean of knowing. This meditation on the nature of the body is the ultimate yoga. It is the yoga for which all other yoga practices are a preparation. Experiencing the body as a a temporary name and form of the light of pure knowing, luminous, empty, spacious. Now, just as we have discovered that the mind and the body appear in awareness, made only of awareness, allow the ocean of awareness to extend way beyond the limits of your individual mind and body to encompass the entire universe. Feel that the universe arises in, exists in, and vanishes back into the same ocean of awareness as does our mind and body, as do our mind and body. Consider the possibility that what we experience as a sound is the activity of infinite awareness filtered through the faculty of hearing. Allow your eyes to open and consider the possibility that what we see as the world is the activity of infinite awareness filtered through the faculty of seeing. Just as when we watch a movie we are seeing the screen, so when we look at the world we are perceiving its reality. But our faculty of seeing is creating its appearance. What we experience as the world is the activity of the one infinite reality, made of pure knowing, pure consciousness, filtered through our perceiving faculties and appearing in accordance with their limitations. Consider the possibility that the world is not something solid, dense, and inert, not stuff made out of matter. It is our perceiving faculties that render it as such. The pavement we walk on in our dreams seems solid, dense, inert. When we wake up, we realize it was made only of the transparency and luminosity and emptiness of our own mind. Consider this world. The universe is made only of the transparency, emptiness, luminosity of the one infinite mind or reality, God's mind, rendered a physical world by our five senses. That what it really is an immense world of delight, albeit enclosed by our five senses. Our five senses rendering that immense world of delight, the joy of being, as a collection of physical objects. Through your mind, know and perceive 10,000 things, but with your heart, understand and feel one infinite, indivisible reality, luminous, empty, transparent, loving. This vision of the heart is the vision that the Romantic poets spoke of. This is a passage from Wordsworth's Prelude. Thus, while the days flew by and years passed on, from nature and her overflowing soul, I had received so much that all my thoughts were steeped in feeling. I was only then contented, when with bliss ineffable I felt the sentiment of being spread o'er all that moves and all that seemeth still, o'er all that, lost beyond the realm of thought and human knowledge, to the human eye invisible, yet liveth to the heart, o'er all that leaps and runs and shouts and sings, or beats the gladsome air, o'er all that glides beneath the wave, yea, in the wave itself and mighty depth of waters. Wonder not, if high the transport, great the joy I felt, communing in this sort through earth and heaven, with every form of creature, as it turned towards the uncreated, with a countenance of adoration, with an eye of love. One song they sang, and it was audible, most audible then, when the fleshy ear, o'ercome by humblest prelude of that strain, forgot her functions and slept undisturbed. Thank you. Good morning and welcome everyone from home. Understand and feel yourself as the open, empty, luminous presence of awareness with which all experience is known, in which all experience arises, and out of which all experience is made. Simply abide as that. Each of us is now having the experience of being aware. Ask yourself the question, what is it that has the experience of being aware? What is it that knows that we are aware? Only awareness is aware, and therefore only awareness can be aware of or know anything. So our knowledge that we are aware, or the experience of being aware, is awareness's experience of itself. And awareness's experience of itself doesn't pass through thinking or perceiving. In order to experience the world, awareness must, so to speak, look through our perceiving faculties. But in order to experience itself, it doesn't need to look at itself through thinking or perceiving faculties. It knows itself directly. So ask yourself the question, what is awareness's experience of itself? And as awareness's experience of itself is not mediated through thought or perception, try to imagine that you have no thinking or perceiving faculties. Try to imagine that seeing, hearing, touching, tasting, and smelling are absent, and likewise thinking. What remains is just awareness's awareness of itself. Ask yourself, what is that experience? And don't think about this or work it out. Just, you are having the experience of being aware. So you can actually find out in your own experience what awareness's experience of itself is. Ask yourself the question, does awareness experience itself lasting in time? See that without reference to thought, there is no experience of time. There is still the experience of being aware, but it's not an experience that lasts in time. In awareness's experience of itself, it is eternally present now. Not now, a moment in time, but now eternity, out of time. No dimension in time. Ask yourself the question, does awareness have any experience of itself existing in space? Remember, you have no perceiving faculties. You cannot see, hear, touch, taste, or smell. You have no past to refer to, no images, no memories, no thoughts. But you are having the experience of being aware. How much space does that experience take up, if any? When exploring our experience in this way, it's very difficult not to project, not to refer to memory, and as a result, project space onto our experience. But try to see that if this was the first experience you had ever had, and your thinking and perceiving faculties had not yet developed, you would be having the experience of being aware. But you would not feel that experience took up any space, or indeed that there was any space for it to take up. In other words, in awareness's experience of itself, it is infinite. Infinite not meaning extended indefinitely in all directions, but rather of no dimensions at all, not finite. Consider the possibility that thought spreads out the eternal nature of awareness, making it appear as time, and that our perceptions, our perceiving faculties, spread out the infinite nature of awareness, making it appear as space. In other words, space-time is what the eternal infinite nature of awareness looks like when filtered through a human mind. And this is not some abstract philosophical theory. I'm trying to make it clear that this theory is actually derived from our experience, that if we actually experience experience being aware, if we are aware of simply being aware without reference to thought or perception, it is actually our experience, that is awareness's experience, that it is eternal and infinite. I'm trying to ground this experience, this theory, in our experience, and to show how it is derived from experience. Now, remember, you don't have any faculty of thinking or perceiving. You just have the experience of being aware. But allow one perceiving faculty to come back, namely sensing. Only experience you have is sensing. And remember, sensing is the way we feel the body from the inside. And in particular, allow the sensation of the head to come to your attention, but immediately drop the label head. You know nothing of having a head. Just the experience of sensing. It's the only experience there is, and it's the first time you've ever had this experience. Field of being aware has now filled up with the experience of sensing. Ask yourself the question, without reference to thought or images or memory, how much space does the experience of sensing take up? Experience of sensing called the head. Does the experience of sensing have a size? Without reference to thought or memory or images, what knowledge of size do we have? Does the experience of sensing have a shape? Does the experience of sensing have a weight? If this were the first experience you had ever had, and without reference to thoughts, images, memories, and so on, would you know that the experience of sensing had a density? And if we were to reach out an imaginary hand made only of pure knowing, would we find anything in the experience of sensing other than this dimensionless presence of knowing or being aware? We've reduced the physical head to the experience of sensing, and sensing to knowing. That is, from matter to mind, and from mind to consciousness. The process of creation or manifestation takes place in the opposite direction. From consciousness to mind to matter. Allow the chest and heart area to come to your attention, but immediately drop the labels chest or heart. Just the experience of sensing, without reference to thoughts, memories, images, and so on. Ask yourself the question, what shape is this experience of sensing? Does it have a size? This is the place where many of our feelings seem to originate and be stored, in the heart area. So be aware of any feelings that may be present. And ask yourself the question, remember you do not yet have the capacity of thinking. The feeling is just a raw experience of sensing. There are no thoughts attached to it, no interpretation attached to the experience of sensing or feeling. Ask yourself the question without reference to thought and memory. What do I know from my current direct experience about these feelings? Try to experience the feeling without any reference to the story that generated it. Ask yourself the question without reference to thought or memory, would I be able to give this feeling a name, to label it in some way? How would I know that the feeling was, for instance, sorrow or fear or shame or guilt? Without reference to thought or memory, do I even know that the feelings are unpleasant? The feeling may have a certain intensity to it, but without the accompanying storyline or thinking that accompanies it, is the sensation itself, is the experience of sensing itself actually unpleasant? Take an imaginary hand made of pure knowing and reach into the feeling. What do you find there? See in this way that the feeling is transparent, empty, made only of knowing or being aware. Allow the experience of sensing called the belly and the pelvic area to come to your attention. Immediately drop the labels. Just sensing, no interpretation. Is there anything there other than empty knowing? Stop compartmentalizing the body and just feel a single, gently pulsating, amorphous, tingling vibration. No size, no shape, no weight, no density. Just a ripple of sensing in the dimensionless field of knowing. Feel that the experience of sensing is completely bathed in knowing. Feel that at every moment the experience of sensing is being washed clean by the transparency and luminosity of pure knowing. In particular, feel that any feelings that still retain some density or darkness or unpleasantness are being bathed and washed in this luminous, empty, loving presence. And now allow all your perceiving and thinking faculties to come back. Feel that they are all bathed in the light of pure knowing, just as the space in this room is bathed in the light of the sun. Feel that the experiences of thinking, feeling, sensing, perceiving are all illumined from the inside, bathed and permeated with the light of knowing. Thank you. Ask yourself the question, what is my primary knowledge of the universe? That is, what is the first thing I know about the universe for certain? I know that it is. When we say, I know that the universe is ancient, we allow our knowledge of the universe to be conditioned by thought. I know that the universe is vast. We allow our knowledge of the universe to be filtered through perception, sights, sounds, tastes, textures, and smells. But what is our knowledge of the universe? And before it is filtered through the two activities of a human mind, namely thought, in your imagination, remove from the universe everything that thought and perception confer on it. Remove the idea of remove the image, remove the sight of the universe, remove the sound of the universe, remove the taste of the universe, remove the smell of the universe, remove the texture. What remains? Simply being. Not even, I know that, but simply the knowing of being. Because in the absence of thinking and perceiving, there is no distinction or distance between the I and the it, between that which knows and that which is known. If we ask ourselves the question, what is my primary knowledge of myself? We look inside and find only the knowing of being. If we ask ourselves the question, what is my primary knowledge of the universe? We look outside and find only the knowing of, finds only itself. In other words, in being's experience of itself, there is really no inside or outside. Wherever it looks, it finds only itself. And this utter absence of anything other than itself is love. In being's experience of itself, there is no time or space, no here or there, no now or then. It is only when this dimensionless presence of simply being puts on, so to speak, the activities of thinking and perceiving, that it expands itself in time and space, and at the same time localizes itself within itself as an apparently separate subject of experience, from whose point of view the universe seems to be outside of itself and other than itself. It gives birth, so to speak, to the I and the it, without ever ceasing to be itself. a woman who is pregnant with a child that seems to be other than herself is someone who asks the question, a scientist, question, what is the nature of the universe? If both parties go far enough, they come to the same understanding. It's only when they stop short, difference and conflict. But here, we start with it. We stay there, not through effort or practice or discipline. We stay there naturally, effortlessly, because there is simply nowhere else we could go. Wherever we go, there is only the knowing of being, only God's presence. Just as we might initially say that the world we dream of at night and is pervaded by, but later we will deny that statement. For there is no dreamed world, either to exist in or be pervaded by the dreamer's mind, or not. So likewise, we might initially say that this world lives and moves infinite being, God's being. But later we will deny this statement, for there is no world, there is no creation, either to move and live and have its existence in God's being. There is just God's being, just infinite being. I am upgrading the world. What is your experience of yourself? Thus, silence is the highest knowledge. Silence is pure eloquence. It is that which all language and music. But if we pressed being again and said, please tell us, what is your experience of yourself? Out of compassion, it would make a concession and say, the knowledge I am is like a beacon that shines in each of our minds, indicating being's knowledge of itself, God's knowledge of itself in us, as us. If we were to press being even further, to say something else true about itself, if it were feeling really sorry for us, say, I am infinite. But it would be reluctant to do so, because in order to know that it is infinite, it must first know something finite to contrast itself with. In order to know that it is eternal, it must first know something temporal to compare itself with. And it knows no such thing. Instead, it would say to us, the infinite love, please don't ask me to come down the mountain to where you are. Come up the mountain to where I am. Remain silent in this room. Good morning. Ask yourself the question, what is my most fundamental experience? Just to make sure of this, ask yourself the question, is there any experience prior to simply being? Ask yourself the question, do I need to do anything special in order to be? Is being simply freely given? Do I have to stop doing anything particular in order to be? I need to, for instance, stop thinking in order to simply be. Do I need to meditate in order to simply be? Do I have to practice self-inquiry in order to simply be? Does the experience of simply being ever undergo any change? Is the current experience of simply being different from the experience of simply being 2 minutes ago or 2 years ago? Does the experience of being have a shape? Does the experience of being have a size? Does the experience of being have an age? Does the experience of simply being have to be maintained? Does it have to be practiced? Can the experience of simply being ever be sick? Can the experience of simply being ever be bored? Is the experience of simply being ever waiting for something to happen? Can the experience of simply being ever be disturbed? Or does it shine quietly behind and within all experience, irrespective of its content? Does any experience really ever obscure the shining of being, unless we give it permission to do so? In which case it will seem to do so. But as soon as we withdraw that permission, the experience which once seemed to veil or endarken being is now seen to shine with it. Does the shining of being need to be enlightened? What would remain of yourself if being were removed from you? What would remain of any object, or the world, or the universe, if being were removed from it? See that there is no question of removing being from ourself, because being is all there is to ourself. Being cannot be removed from being. Being cannot be removed from the world, because all there is to the existence of the world is its. If being were to be removed, into what would it vanish? Into non-being? If being were to disappear into non-being, what would happen to its being? Where would it go? And how could being emerge from non-being? If being could dissolve into or emerge from non-being, non-being would have to first be. See that being eternally is. I eternally am. In everyday life, we emphasize experience at the expense of being. In meditation or prayer, we magnify being in favor of experience. As such, meditation or prayer is simply the shining of being.
Rising within being.
Being shines inside each of us as I, and it shines outside each of us as the world. That's why Balayani said, "Whosoever knows their self knows their Lord. Whosoever knows the nature of their own being knows the ultimate reality of the universe. Let the world be as intimate as I, and let I be as impersonal as the world." Intimate, impersonal, infinite being. God's being. The only being there is. Let's remain silent in this room till lunchtime. Thank you. Good morning. Meister Eckhart said, when I am able to establish myself in nothing, and nothing in myself, uprooting and casting out everything that is in me, then I am able to enter into the naked being of God, which is the naked being of the Spirit. When I can establish myself in nothing, when I simply abide in naked being, as naked being, having uprooted and cast out everything that is in me, having taken off, so to speak, all the layers of experience with which we normally identify ourselves, images, feelings, and so on, then we pass out of the temporary finite self, are revealed as infinite being, God's being. But we have to go there naked, empty. On another occasion, Meister Eckhart said, to be established in the highest truth and to live therein, one must be without before or after, untrammeled by all one's action and by anything that one has ever perceived or experienced, empty and free, receiving the divine gift in the eternal now, and bearing it back unhindered in the light of the same with praise and thanksgiving. The highest form of intelligence for those of us on the path of knowledge, and the ultimate surrender to God for those of us on the path of devotion, is to stand simply as naked being, divested of all the qualities that we derive from the content of experience, free, naked. Why do we all feel that I am always the same person? Irrespective of the fact that everything about us as a person constantly changes. It is because we are always the same being. The person derives its sense of itself from pure being. As a person, we are a temporary coloring, infinite being clothed in human experience, naked being clothed in human experience, naked being clothed in thoughts, feelings, bodily sensations, appears as the person, the same naked being clothed in perception, sights, sounds, tastes, textures, and smells, appears as the world. Consider existence as being in motion, and consider being as existence at rest. Let me explain briefly what I mean by that. Existence, from the Latin ex, meaning out of or from, and sistere, meaning to stand, implying that anything that exists, a thought, a feeling, an atom, a table, a planet, stands out from what? From being. Just as we might say that a movie stands out from the screen. But in fact, the movie never really stands out from the screen. It only seems to. The landscape in the movie seems to have an existence of its own, but it borrows its existence. It borrows its apparent existence from the reality of the screen. So anything that exists, a thought, an atom, a table, a planet, a universe, does not really exist in its own right. It borrows its apparent existence from that which truly is being. It is that being that shines in each of us as the pure knowledge I am. In reality, nothing really exists. There is no world. There is no universe. There is no creation. There is just that which eternally is, coloring itself in the form of existence, without ever ceasing to be itself. To deny the world a reality of its own is not a nihilistic philosophy. It is to upgrade the world, to sanctify the world, to redeem the world. Just as the screen never appears in the movie, and yet all there is to the movie is the screen, so infinite being never appears in existence, and yet all there is to existence is infinite being, God's being. Be only being. Know only being. Love. If being looks at itself directly, it experiences itself as I am. If it looks at itself through the filter of perception, it experiences itself as the world. Always the same being, knowing or experiencing only itself, shining in and as the totality of our experience, whether internal or external, knowing only itself wherever it looks. Its nature is love. As such, it is never we, as a person who love or are loved. We, as the person, are dissolved in love. Likewise, it is never the object that is beautiful. The experience of beauty is the shining of infinite being. It is never the object that is beautiful. It is the object that is dissolved in beauty. In the experiences of love and beauty, we cease to be a person. As Meister Eckhart said, when you come to the one who gathers all things into itself, there you must stay. Make that one your home, your refuge, your sanctuary. Well, Stella, wherever you are, that was a commentary on my response to you. When everything that can be removed from us is removed from us, what we essentially are simply shines by itself. What we essentially are is not created or acquired as a result of this process. It was previously concealed. It is now revealed. We cannot become what we essentially are. We can overlook it, and we can remember it. Or rather, it can overlook itself, and it can remember itself. No thought is essential to us. Thoughts are continually appearing and disappearing. So imagine removing your thoughts. It's not actually necessary to stop thinking. Just imagine removing your thoughts from your experience. Nothing happens to you. You remain as you are. No feeling or emotion is essential to us. All feelings or emotions are continually appearing, existing briefly and disappearing. So imagine removing all feelings or emotions from yourself. Nothing happens to you. You just remain as you are. No bodily sensation essential to what we are. These are always being generated by the current circumstance. Our legs on the chair, our feet on the floor, the air on our skin, and so on. These are always appearing, existing, and vanishing. Imagine removing all sensations from your experience. Nothing happens to you. You just remain as you are. No perception is essential to us. By perception, I mean the 5 ways that we experience the world: sights, sounds, tastes, textures, and smells. None of these is essential to us. Each appears. Imagine removing your perceptions. Nothing happens to you. Simply remain as that. No activities are essential to us. We are not always walking, talking. There's even a pause between breaths in the activity. All activities. Nothing happens to you. Remain as that. See that no relationship is essential to us. Imagine removing all your relationships from your experience. Nothing happens to you. Simply remain as that. It's like being deeply asleep whilst remaining awake. In deep sleep, we never think, this is not enough, or I want to be enlightened, or I need to understand something. Something is missing. We simply abide in being, as being, but he practices being deeply asleep. No effort is required to remain deeply asleep. Likewise, to be asleep whilst remaining awake requires no practice or effort. It is just the natural state prior to experience. It is what we are, not what we do. Now imagine the mind were to ask being, what is your nature? For instance, is there anything finite in yourself or limited? As a concession to the mind, being would respond, if it could respond. I find nothing limited or finite in myself. I am, therefore, in my own experience of myself, infinite. But if being were to ask itself the question, what is your nature? It would, so to speak, look at itself, and finding nothing finite there, would not describe itself as infinite. There would be nothing finite in its own experience with which to compare itself. Thus, in its own experience of itself, being is neither finite, simply abide as that. Imagine the mind were to ask being, do you appear and disappear, or are you everlasting? As a concession to the mind, being would reply, if it could reply, I do not appear or disappear, nor am I everlasting. I am ever present or eternal. But in its own experience of itself, being has no knowledge of appearance or disappearance, no knowledge of time, and therefore it would not define itself in reference to them. Thus, in its own experience of itself, being is neither temporal nor eternal. Simply abide. If the mind were to ask being, do you find any disturbance in yourself? As a concession to the mind, being would respond, I find no disturbance in myself, and thus my nature is being. But in its own experience of itself, being has no experience of agitation, and therefore would not define itself in reference to it. Thus, in its own experience of itself, it is neither agitated nor peaceful. It is not prior to or beyond, because in its own experience of itself there is no time or space present for it to be prior to or beyond in. It is just as it is. Simply abide as that. If the mind were to ask being, do you find any lack or sorrow in yourself? As a concession, being would respond that I find no sorrow or lack in myself, and thus happiness is my nature. But in its own experience of itself, with no sorrow or lack present to refer to, it would not conceptualize itself as happiness. Being knows nothing of either sorrow or happiness. It just is as it is. Simply abide as. Now imagine the universe, but remove everything from the universe that is not essential to it. None of the objects that we encounter on the earth are essential to the universe, so imagine removing all those objects. None of the people or the animals on the earth are essential to the universe. Imagine removing them all. The earth itself is not essential to the universe. Imagine removing it. No planet, star, galaxy, solar system is essential to the universe. Remove them all. Time and space are not essential to the universe. Remove them. What remains? Simply being. And can you find a difference between the being that remains when you remove the entire content of your own experience and the being that remains when we remove everything from the universe? What remains that could cause a division in being? We cannot even say that being is indivisible, because there are no divisions present within it with which to compare it. It is neither divisible or indivisible. It just is as it is. In being's own experience of itself, there is no outside of itself, and therefore no inside of itself. There is no space present for it to be inside or outside of. With reference to the mind, we could say that being is larger than space or smaller than a point. But in its own experience of itself, it has no experience of dimensions. It is neither vast, nor tiny, nor dimensionless. It just is as it is. Abide as that. In the film Man on Wire last night, Philip Petit, he takes an idea, an understanding, a vision that comes from beyond the world, that comes from outside of time and space, and he stretches the boundaries of what is possible in the world in order that the world might accommodate this idea, that image of him lying relaxed on his back on a thread suspended between the twin towers was like an image in the world of that which is beyond the world, not in the world of time and space, not even beyond, but beyond, because there is no beyond there. That's what the artist does. They open up a crack in the world. They shatter our view of the world, expand it, and give us a taste in the world of what lies beyond it. That's what we do here with the mind. We use the mind to explore that which lies beyond the mind and beyond the beyond. We try to bring that into the mind, but no sooner than we assert it do we deny it, constantly breaking the containers that the mind makes for reality, until sooner or later the mind lies down in peace, not a disciplined peace, not a practiced peace, but a peace that comes about spontaneously, effortlessly, when the mind has brought itself to its own end. And as a result, that which is simply shines by itself. Imagine that you are a newborn infant. You've just been born, but of course you do not know that you have just been. Your eyes are still closed. Of course you have no thoughts or memories. A few mild sensations present, but you do not know that they are sensations of a body. You have no experience of having a body or being a body. You have no sense of being a person, being a human being. You have no knowledge of being a girl or a boy. You have no experience of a world. You know nothing of time or space, yeah, that you are an infant or that you have a mother. But you have the experience of being. In fact, being is not an experience that you have. There is just being. And you are that. You say, you are that. There is no you to be that, or not to be that. There is just that. We cannot say that being is your innermost experience, for there is no you for being to be the innermost experience of. There is just being, and you are that without being you. Being is just being. There is no time, no space, no person, no body, no world. Just being, being, being. Later on, being will give itself the name I, And in due course, it will attach itself to or identify itself with various experiences. But for now, it has not yet given itself a name. No words can adequately describe it, but if we were to try to use words, free, at rest, the reason we can say that there is being, or there is the experience of being, is because being is known. What is it that has the experience of being? But being's knowledge of itself does not take place in subject-object relationship. There is just itself. It is neither the subject or the object. It just knows itself by being itself. And this knowledge is prior to any other knowledge, prior to the knowledge of time or space, a body, a world. It's the only knowledge there is that is not filtered through the mind, not relative to a mind. It is absolute knowledge. God's knowledge of its. Go back to simply being. Now fast forward 80 years. You are on your deathbed. A couple of days before you die. Your eyes are closed. The room is silent. Completely lost your memory. You are having the experience of being, but without reference to memory, and with your eyes closed. You have no knowledge of being a body or having a body. You do not even know that you are you. There is just being, and you are that, without being you. You open your eyes, and you find yourself surrounded by family, loved ones. But you do not know who they are. As my mother said to her granddaughter recently, I don't know who you are, but I know that I love you. You don't know who these people are, but you know that you love has nothing to do with our knowledge of a person as a person. It is just the natural condition, being on the inside without there being an inside, and love on the outside without there being an outside. As my father said a couple of days before he died a few years ago, opened his eyes, looked around, and he just said, all I feel is love. He kept repeating it, all I feel is love. What have I done to deserve this? He had not done anything to deserve it. We do not deserve love. We are that. It is just the nature of being in relationship to the outside world. When we look inwards, we find only being. When we look outside, only love. And then you close your eyes for the last time. Love folds itself up inside being again. Your breath slows down and eventually ceases. Your heart stops beating. And people will say that you died. But being just keeps being. Our whole life is a movement from being to being, which is no movement at all. We were not born. We do not grow old. And we will not die. As soon as we took the thought I as an infant, we slipped out of eternity, entered into the world. Time and space began, and we roamed around in time and space until finally on our deathbed we lost the thought I. We slipped out of the world and returned, and then there is this moment of recognition. I never went anywhere. I never did anything. Our very first experience as an infant and our last experience as an elderly person are the same moment. We are not born into time and space. Time and space are born in us. E. E. Cummings said, love is a place, and in this place of love, live, skillfully curled, all places, is a world, and in this world of yes, move with brightness of peace. Now come to your present experience. There are a few perceptions and sensations, but do not refer to thoughts or memory. Without reference to thoughts or memory, we have no knowledge of having a body or being a body. We have no experience of time or space. We do not know that we are a person, or a man or a woman, but we know that we are. No time, no I, no person present to have the experience of being or to know being. Just being, being, being. Just being, being. We are in eternity together, without there being a we. When we slip out of eternity and enter the world, the first form of being in the world is love. And when we slip out of the world and return to eternity, love folds itself back up again and falls asleep in being. From being and love in our hearts to abidance and friendship on our retreats, and from abidance and friendship on our retreats, peace and kindness in the world. Good morning. Of being all the time. Everyone is aware of being all the time, and our awareness of being is expressed in the phrase I am. However, in most cases, the awareness of being is mixed with, and as a result, obscured by the awareness of experience. Thoughts, feelings, sensations, and so on. When we say, I am upset, the I am, the awareness of simply being, is present there. But it is mixed with the feeling of upset, and as a result obscured by it. When we say I am lonely, the I am is present there, but it is mixed with and obscured by the feeling of loneliness. When we say I am excited, the I am is present there, albeit mixed with, obscured by the feeling of excitement. When I am cold or tired or hungry, the I am is present there, mixed with and thus obscured by the sensation of coldness, tiredness or hunger. In each of these cases, the awareness of being is temporarily qualified by a particular experience, a feeling, a sensation, an activity. The simple awareness of being becomes lost in, mixed with, the content of experience. In other words, in everyday life, we emphasize the content of experience at the expense of our being. In prayer or meditation, this process is reversed. We emphasize being at the expense of our experience. We could say that in everyday life, experience emerges, being subsides. In prayer or meditation, being emerges, experience subsides. The mixture of our being with thoughts, feelings and sensations creates a separate, limited self or ego, which derives its reality from pure being and acquires its limitations from the content of experience. So as we subside into being, this finite self or ego will feel that it is dissolving or even dying. The separate self is of course not dissolving or dying. It does not exist as an entity in its own right to begin with, either to remain or to dissolve. What is really happening is that being is simply losing an apparent limitation. It is being divested of the limitations that it borrows from experience. But from the point of view of the separate self or ego, from its point of view, albeit an illusory one, it will feel that it is coming to an end or dying, and this may generate agitation or fear. Don't be seduced by the agitation or fear. Emphasize the I am aspect of the experience. Do not allow the awareness of hearing to obscure the awareness of being. In fact, strictly speaking, it is not true to say that experience obscures being, any more than it is true to say that a movie obscures the screen. Just as it is our exclusive involvement in the movie that makes it seem as if we are not seeing the screen. So it is the exclusive focus of the content of so it is the exclusive focus of our attention on the content of experience that makes it seem as if being is not known. We do not start seeing the screen when our attention softens from the drama. We were always seeing the screen, but did not realize it. It is not, in other words, it is not the movie that veils the screen. It is the exclusive focus of our attention on the movie that seems to make the screen absent. Likewise, it is not really experience itself that veils being. It is the exclusive focus of our attention on the content of experience that makes it seem as if being is veiled or absent. Content of experience could veil being. It would have to be something other than being. And if the content of experience were something other than being, it would not be, and therefore could not exist. Just as the screen seems to veil itself with itself in the form of the movie. So being veils itself, or seems to veil itself with itself in the form of experience. Once this is clear, experience ceases to veil being, but rather shines with it. Experience ceases to be a concealing power and becomes a revealing power. In other words, being does not just transcend experience, it is immanent within experience. It does not just lie behind experience. It shines in and as experience. As we sink more and more deeply into being, or as being sinks more and more deeply into itself, it loses the qualities it derives from the content of experience. It becomes more transparent, silent, still, empty. We realize that there is a great ocean of being underneath the surface of experience. It's what Meister Eckhart meant when he said there is a huge silence that beckons us into itself. As being sinks more deeply into itself, its awareness of experience fades, including its awareness of time and space. Being does not emerge in time and space. Time and space emerges in being. That's why we don't experience time and space in deep sleep. At some point there is the recognition that being is not contained within or generated by the body, any more than the space in this room is contained within or generated by the four walls of this room. Just as there is only one physical space in the universe that fills and pervades all buildings but is not contained within them, so there is only one being in reality, which is not limited to or contained within any one person or object. The belief and the feeling that being is contained within and limited to and generated by the body is the primal mistake. The mistake that comes from the mixing with thoughts, feelings and sensations. If our being is limited, temporary, finite and personal, then all other people and animals and objects must have their own temporary, finite, limited being. But as soon as it becomes clear to us that our being is not qualified by the content of experience, it becomes clear to us that there is only one being that pervades or shines in all people as the amness of themselves, all things as the isness of, just as the innumerable buildings on the earth do not divide space into innumerable spaces. The innumerable people, animals and objects do not divide being into numerous, utterly intimate, impersonal, infinite and indivisible being from which all people, animals and things derive their apparently independent existence. Instead of allowing being to be qualified by experience, allow all experience to be qualified by being. Allow being to shine brightly in the midst of all experience. Do not allow the apparent multiplicity and diversity of people, animals and things to persuade you that there is anything other than a single, infinite and indivisible. For the devotees and mystics amongst us, God's being. It's what William Blake meant when he said, when the doors of perception are cleansed, everything will appear as it truly is. When perception loses its concealing power, everything will be experienced as appearances of the one infinite reality, the one infinite being. Just as the movie is always transparent to the screen, so the world is always, in reality, transparent to infinite being, shines in and as infinite being. It is only our belief in the existence of 10,000 things, each with their own independent being, that seems to veil its reality. In the ultimate analysis, there are no things. There is the one infinite reality, one infinite indivisible being appearing as things, but never ceasing to be itself. From this point of view, there is no question of effort or practice or discipline. Who would make the effort or practice, and to what end? From this point of view, there is no ignorance and therefore no enlightenment. There is no separate self and therefore no path or practice. In infinite being there is nothing lacking and therefore no sorrow. In infinite being there is no other and therefore love prevails. Good morning. The non-dual understanding, in whatever tradition it is formulated, can be distilled into a single sentence. Namely that, in spite of the appearance of multiplicity and diversity, reality is one reality, cannot ultimately be named or defined, because it is that in terms of which, or with reference to which, everything else, it cannot ultimately satisfy as a concession, to satisfy our desire to speak of it, God or the Godhead, Allah, Brahman, consciousness, spirit, love, and so on. In their wisdom and humility, the ancient masters simply referred to it as not to, preferring to say what it is not, rather than trying to say what it is. And in this way preventing it from ever coming within the confines of the finite mind. However, whether we concede to give it a name or prefer to leave it unnamed, all that is necessary is to recognize this one reality in spite of the appearance of multiplicity and diversity, and to lead a life to the best of our ability in a way that is consistent with and an expression of this recognition. What are the implications of this recognition of the one reality whose nature is spirit or love or consciousness? The first implication is that if reality is one, there can be nothing in itself other than itself. For if there was something in itself other than itself, that thing would be a second reality, and reality would then no longer be one. Having nothing in itself other than itself, there can be no divisions within it. There may be divisions in the forms of its appearance, but in itself there can be no divisions. Any division would be like a wall made of space appearing in space, or a white line drawn on a white page, which is of course no real division. The one reality is as such indivisible. It appears to be divided into parts, objects, and selves, but that is just the way it appears from a localized perspective. In itself, there is nothing in itself other than itself with which it could be divided into parts or objects, or having nothing in itself other than itself. The one cannot have a boundary, because a boundary would demark what it is from what it is not. And if there was something that it is not, then there would be something other than the one, in which case the one would not be being indivisible and unbounded. It is sometimes said to be infinite, but to suggest that it is infinite means that it is not finite. It is to compare it with something that is finite. But in reality there is nothing finite in the one with which it could be compared. And thus we cannot even say that it is infinite. To call it infinite is to collude with the idea that there are finite things. The idea that the one is infinite is a halfway stage in understanding that is used to remove the idea that reality is finite. Once that idea or belief has been removed, we should abandon the idea that it is infinite. The idea that reality is infinite is like a thorn that is used to remove a thorn. Both must be thrown away. Please don't think about what I am saying. If you don't understand it, just forget it. If you do understand it, let this understanding percolate from your mind into your heart, and allow this understanding to work in you without your having to do anything about it. Having nothing in itself other than itself. The one knows no other, and this absence of otherness is the experience that we feel as love. The experience of love is not as such an emotion that one person feels for or towards another. It is the absence, the collapse of self and other. In other words, the experience of love is a revelation of reality, filtering into our human, but as a concession to the separate individual, we may say that love is the felt sense of our shared reality or being. It is the one appearing as two. It is for this reason that friendship, which is of course an expression of love, is in this approach itself considered to be a vehicle of this understanding, a pathway in its own right. The one never appears or begins, because anything that appears must appear or arise in something that precedes it. And if there was something prior to the one out of which the one could arise or appear, then there would be something other than the one. And then the one would not be one. God would not be God. Likewise, the one never disappears or comes to an end. For if the one disappeared, it would have to disappear into something that was other than itself, and that existed in the absence of itself. And that, whatever the one disappeared into, would have to be greater than the one in order to be able to contain it. This would render the one finite, limited, temporary, in which case the God would no longer be God. Thus, in its own experience of itself, the one knows nothing of appearance and disappearance. That is, it knows nothing of birth and death. In the one's own experience of itself, it is, as such, eternal, not everlasting in time, for there is no time present in which the one might last. For if the one appeared and lasted in time, time would precede the one and be greater than the one, and the one would be a limited appearance within it. In the one's own experience of itself, it is eternal. Do not try to think of eternity. Eternity, filtered through thought, appears as time. The eternal, filtered through thought, appears as the everlasting. The one is ever present, not everlasting. The best the finite mind can do when thinking of eternity is to conceive of the present moment, now. The idea of a present moment is the finite mind's attempt to bring the eternal within its own narrow compass. It is the finite mind's attempt to reconcile its belief in time with the experience of eternity. The present moment is, as such, the place where the finite and the infinite intersect. It is the place where the horizontal line of time and the vertical dimension of eternity touch one another. It is for this reason that the present moment is considered a portal for the finite mind, through which it passes out of time into eternity. Please don't try to understand what I am saying. Just let it go into your heart and do its work there. For the one, there is no experience of space, because space always implies distance. And for the one, there is no distance between itself and itself. So we cannot ultimately even say that the one is everywhere, for there is no everywhere for the one to pervade. The idea that the one is everywhere is a thorn that is used to remove the thorn. That is the belief that the one is somewhere, located in a particular person, in a particular object, a particular thing. But having removed the idea that the one is somewhere, we should abandon the idea that the one is everywhere. The idea that the one is everywhere is as far as the mind can go. Beyond that understanding, the mind cannot venture. Have you noticed that all your experience takes place at the place we call here? Have you noticed that we never find the place we call there? For whenever we reach over there, it is still always here. Have you ever left the place called here? The idea of here is where the finite and the infinite intersect. For the finite, here is a place in space. For the infinite, the same here, its own dimensionless presence. Don't work on this understanding. Let it work on you. One of the oldest questions in philosophy is the question as to how something comes out of nothing. And the question has still not been satisfactorily answered. And the reason for this is that the question is predicated on the assumption of things. It starts with the idea of things. How does something come out of nothing? Having started with the idea of things, we presume that what things come out of must itself be not a thing or nothing. But from the point of view of the one, there are no things, and therefore the idea of not a thing or nothing makes no sense. From the point of view of the one, there is neither something, nor nothing, nor everything. There is just itself. The one does not come out of anything, nor does anything come out of it. There is just itself, modulating itself in the forms of all that seems to be, without ever ceasing to be itself. However, as a concession to the separate self that we believe and feel ourselves to be, it is legitimate to say that there is no place, no experience where the one is not. That everything, literally everything, is that. The good and the bad, the right and the wrong, the just and the unjust, the cruel and the kind, the beautiful and the ugly. At the level of appearances there must be opposites, but for the one there are no such opposites. The one knows nothing of good, bad, right, wrong, and so on. What is the separate self? It is a contraction of the one within the one, made only of the one. However, with this contraction of the one within itself, the one seems to localize and, as a result, limit itself. From the point of view of this contracted self, there is good, bad, right, wrong, and so on. Being a contraction of the one, this apparently separate self considers itself, feels itself to be a fragment. As such, it feels incomplete, imperfect, and is as a result always seeking to fulfill itself or complete itself by merging with an object, substance, activity, relationship, and so on. It does not really seek any of these things for their own sake. The separate self seeks these things in order to merge with them and thus lose its apparent boundary and to return to the one. It is for this reason that love and sorrow are so closely associated in our experience. Because love is all the separate self, or the apparently separate self, really wants. That is, all the separate self really wants is to be divested of its apparent limitations and to be returned as such to the one. And for this reason the separate self can never experience the love for which it longs. It can only merge or die into it. In other words, the separate self can never have what it wants. It can only become what it wants. Just as the moth can never experience the flame, it must become the flame. The separate self is not really an entity in its own right. There are no entities in the one. There is only itself. It is rather a tension of seeking and resisting, through which a separate self seems to be, through which an entity or self seems to be separated out from the whole. Once this apparently separate self has been separated out from the whole through the activities of seeking and resisting, it embarks on a great search, of which the search for enlightenment is simply the final step, the final stage. But the entire search, even the search for enlightenment, perpetuates the idea of a self apart from the one who might finally become enlightened. The spiritual path is really the unwinding of this search, the unwinding of the impulse of seeking and resisting. The great search is, in other words, destined to failure. What we really seek lies at the source of our seeking. It can never be found at the destiny of our search. Prayer or meditation is really the decontracting of the separate self sense, the dissolution of the impulse of seeking and resisting. Any effort we make simply perpetuates the sense of a self who is making an effort in order to achieve something in the future. But for the one there is only itself. All it encounters is always itself. And therefore there is no sense in it of becoming, achieving, acquiring, realizing. The whole idea of enlightenment is predicated on the idea that there is some experience that is not the one and that needs to be replaced or avoided or improved. Any impulse at all to leave or avoid our current experience is predicated on the belief that this experience is not the one. In other words, any desire to leave or replace our current experience is a denial of God's being. True spiritual practice is not a practice. The spiritual path is not a path. There is no pathway from the one to the one. There is no practice that could make the one more present than it is now. There is no endarkening or concealing of the one, and therefore there is no enlightenment for the one. There is nothing in the one other than itself with which it could be veiled or endarkened. And thus the whole enlightenment adventure is a concession to the belief and feeling that we are other than the one, or that there is something other than the one. That's why Utpaladeva, one of the great sages of the Kashmir tradition, said, due to my immersion in you, may I be free from the desire for anything other than what is. May I be utterly filled with delight, considering everyone and everything that I encounter as consisting only. Nothing can ever be added to the one to enhance it. Nothing can ever be removed from it to diminish it. In its own experience of itself, it is whole, perfect, complete. And this wholeness, perfection and completion is the experience that we know as happiness. This is the great happiness, which has no cause in experience, and for which there is no opposite. As this understanding sinks more and more deeply into our hearts, the tension of seeking and resisting gradually unwinds, and we find ourselves at peace. And in time we begin to notice a transformation taking place in our activities and relationships. We no longer use the world in service of our peace and happiness. We use our peace and happiness in service of the world. Remain silent till we're downstairs. Thank you.